Hello, and welcome to Sleepy Science. Tonight we are exploring the world's humanity left behind. Cities beneath dark seas, kingdoms buried by sand, temples hidden under forests, and entire landscapes erased as coastlines, rivers, and climates changed. Some were destroyed in a single night. Others faded so slowly that no one living there may have realized their world was ending. Across these lost civilizations, we will uncover what archaeology has truly revealed, what remains uncertain, and how much of human history may still be waiting beneath water, earth, and jungle. Before we begin, tell me where you are listening from, and don't forget to like and subscribe. Now settle in, let the modern world grow quiet, and follow me into the places history almost forgot. Atlantis may have been inspired by a real civilization destroyed by disaster. The most convincing clue about Atlantis may not be a lost continent at all, but the memory of a real disaster that became larger each time it was retold. The story first appears in Plato's dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written in the 4th century BCE, where Atlantis is described as a wealthy island power that became corrupt, attacked other lands, and vanished beneath the sea after earthquakes and floods. No confirmed Egyptian record, earlier Greek account, or archaeological inscription has ever proved that Plato was describing a real place, and many historians therefore understand Atlantis primarily as a philosophical story about pride, power, and collapse. Yet you can still see why some researchers have looked toward the Bronze Age Aegean for possible inspiration. Around the 17th century BCE, the island of Thera, now called Santorini, experienced an enormous volcanic eruption. The blast buried the prosperous settlement of Akrotiri beneath ash, reshaped the island, disrupted communities across the Aegean, and produced waves that reached surrounding coasts. Akrotiri had multi-story buildings, carefully planned streets, colourful wall paintings, storage rooms, workshops, and strong connections to the wider Minoan trading world. To later generations, fragments of such a catastrophe could easily have sounded like the destruction of an advanced island society. But the comparison has limits that matter. Thera was not located beyond the Pillars of Heracles, as Plato claimed. Its destruction did not occur 9,000 years before Solon, and the Minoan civilization on Crete did not disappear in a single night. Minoan communities continued for generations after the eruption, although damaged ports, weakened trade, political instability, and later Mycenaean expansion may have changed their world. The most honest conclusion is not that Santorini was Atlantis, but that Plato may have shaped his imagined civilization from several ingredients: memories of earthquakes, coastal destruction, powerful maritime cultures, and his own warning about societies that mistake wealth for permanence. You are left with something more valuable than a simple answer. Atlantis may never be found because it may never have existed as one place, yet the fear beneath the legend was real. People had watched cities burn, islands fracture, and familiar coastlines change. Their descendants preserved the emotional truth even when names, dates, and locations became uncertain. Perhaps that is why Atlantis continues to feel believable. It reflects a lesson history repeatedly confirms. A civilization can appear secure, sophisticated, and permanent, while the forces capable of changing it are already gathering beneath the surface. An entire ancient city lies beneath the Mediterranean Sea. Just beyond the coast of modern Tunisia, ordinary blue water conceals the working districts of a city that once produced one of the Roman world's most valuable foods. The ruins belong to ancient Neapolis, located near present-day Nablus, and their discovery reveals something more interesting than a collection of broken walls. Underwater surveys mapped an extensive area of submerged streets, building remains, monuments, and nearly 100 large vats used to manufacture garum, a fermented fish sauce transported throughout the Mediterranean. To Roman diners, garum was not an exotic curiosity. It was a common seasoning, a commercial product, and in its finest forms, an expensive mark of status. Fish and salt were layered inside stone containers and left to break down, creating a strong liquid that could be bottled, traded, taxed, and carried to distant markets. Neapolis appears to have benefited greatly from this industry, which means the structures beneath the water preserve evidence of labor, smell, commerce, and daily routine, rather than only palaces or temples. The dramatic title of an entire city beneath the sea should be treated carefully, because archaeology has confirmed a large submerged section, rather than proving that every part of Neapolis vanished underwater. Even so, the scale is remarkable. Investigators reported remains extending across roughly 20 hectares, suggesting that the ancient shoreline once lay far beyond its modern position. A major earthquake near Crete in the year 365 CE generated a destructive tsunami across parts of the Mediterranean, and researchers connect this event with the flooding and loss of the coastal quarter. Imagine the change from the perspective of someone who lived there. A familiar harbor, a workshop inherited from family, and streets walked since childhood could be damaged within hours, while the surviving population faced a coastline that no longer matched memory. Over centuries, waves and sediment covered the abandoned structures, but the sea did not erase their purpose. The production vats still show where people prepared goods for export. The street lines reveal how movement was organized. The submerged buildings demonstrate that ancient economic life depended on coastlines that could shift violently. Neapolis therefore teaches you that archaeology is not only the study of grand rulers and famous battles. Sometimes the clearest view of a lost society comes from the places where people cleaned fish, carried jars, negotiated prices, and completed repetitive work beneath the sun. The water above the ruins may appear empty today, yet below it remains the outline of a functioning community, preserved precisely where its inhabitants once believed solid ground would always remain. The Sahara was once a green world filled with lakes and human settlements. Look across the Sahara today, and it is difficult to imagine boats moving over its lakes, cattle grazing beside its wetlands, or families building their lives where dunes now stretch toward the horizon. Yet during the African humid period, especially between roughly 14,500 and 5,000 years ago, much of North Africa received far more rainfall than it does now. Grasslands, shrubs, rivers, seasonal wetlands, and permanent lakes spread across regions that are presently extremely dry. This transformation was driven largely by slow changes in Earth's orbit and orientation, which altered the strength of sunlight reaching the northern hemisphere during summer. Stronger summer heating intensified the African monsoon and carried moisture farther north. Vegetation then helped the process continue by darkening the land, holding water in the soil and returning moisture to the air. The Sahara was not one continuous tropical forest, and conditions varied greatly across time and place, but it was habitable enough to support hunters, fishers, herders, and long-lived human communities. Archaeological sites contain pottery, stone tools, animal bones, baskets, and evidence of cattle herding. Rock images created during wetter periods show animals and human activities that seem almost impossible in the modern desert landscape. Some ancient lake basins were enormous, while smaller bodies of water formed a network of places where people and wildlife could gather. Recent genetic research from the Takakori rock shelter in southwestern Libya has added another layer to this history. DNA recovered from 2 women who lived around 7,000 years ago indicates that they belonged to a deeply rooted North African population that remained relatively isolated even while practices such as animal herding spread across the region. This suggests that new ways of life did not always arrive through the replacement of one population by another. Ideas, animals, and skills could travel between communities while local ancestry continued. The green period eventually weakened as orbital conditions shifted and monsoon rains retreated southward. In some areas, the drying may have occurred rapidly, while elsewhere people experienced a slower sequence of shrinking lakes, unreliable grazing land, and longer journeys between water sources. Communities adapted, moved, reorganized, or gathered near the remaining rivers and wetlands. What became desert was therefore not an empty land that suddenly received human visitors, but a lived landscape filled with roots, memories, and generations of experience. When you picture the Sahara only as timeless sand, you see its present condition and mistake it for its identity. The older landscape tells you that even the largest environments are temporary arrangements. Lakes can become salt flats, grasslands can become dunes, and places that seem incapable of supporting life may still contain the buried evidence of people who once looked across green horizons and believed that their world, too, would continue. A lost continent called Zealandia is mostly hidden beneath the Pacific. Far below the waves surrounding New Zealand lies something so vast that it changes the way you picture the surface of Earth. A nearly submerged continent called Zealandia, it is not a legendary kingdom that disappeared in a sudden catastrophe, and no ancient civilization watched it sink beneath the ocean. Zealandia is a geological continent, formed from the same kind of thick and varied continental crust that supports the great landmasses you already know. It covers almost 5 million square kilometers, yet about 94% of it is underwater, leaving New Zealand, New Caledonia, and a scattering of smaller islands as its most visible heights. Its story reaches back to Gondwana, the ancient supercontinent that once joined Australia, Antarctica, South America, Africa, India, and Zealandia into a far larger world. More than 80 million years ago, the region began pulling away from Gondwana. As the crust stretched, it became thinner, lowering much of Zealandia until the ocean covered it. Geologists did not discover it in a single dramatic expedition. The evidence accumulated slowly through maps of the seafloor, samples of submerged rock, measurements of crustal thickness, and the recognition that the ridges and plateaus around New Zealand formed one connected geological region rather than unrelated fragments. Zealandia therefore teaches you that a continent does not need to rise above the water to remain a continent. Coastlines are only temporary boundaries drawn by sea level, while the deeper architecture of the planet continues beneath them. When you look at New Zealand on a map, you are seeing less than the summit of a hidden mountain range. You are seeing the exposed portion of an entire continental world, reminding you that Earth can conceal its largest structures not by destroying them, but simply by placing an ocean above them. The Maya abandoned great cities while their temples were still standing. No invading army needed to flatten every Maya temple, because many of the greatest cities became quiet while their stone monuments were still reaching above the forest. Between approximately the 8th and 10th centuries, several powerful urban centers in the southern Maya lowlands experienced falling populations, weakening royal authority, and the gradual end of public building and dated inscriptions. At places such as Tikal, Copan, and Palenque, rulers had once used temples, carved monuments, ceremonies, and carefully recorded dynasties to demonstrate that they maintained order between the human world and the gods. Then new inscriptions became less frequent, construction slowed, royal courts lost influence, neighborhoods emptied, while vegetation began reclaiming plazas that had once held processions and public gatherings. This was not the disappearance of the Maya people, and it did not occur everywhere at the same moment. Communities survived, populations moved toward other regions, and important northern centers continued developing after many southern capitals had declined. Archaeologists therefore avoid explaining the transformation with a single dramatic cause. Rival kingdoms fought prolonged wars, political alliances broke apart, rulers competed for limited resources, and farming systems faced increasing pressure as large populations depended on uncertain harvests. Periods of severe and less predictable rainfall added further strain, but climate alone could not determine how every city responded. A drought becomes a political crisis only when food storage, leadership, trade, and public trust are already vulnerable. The abandoned temples reveal this complexity. Their walls remained, because the end often came not as one final explosion, but as a slow failure of the systems that persuaded people to stay. Families may have left one household at a time, choosing places where water, farmland, trade, or protection appeared more reliable. In this way, the empty cities ask you to reconsider what a civilizational collapse actually looks like. A society does not always vanish when its monuments fall. Sometimes the monuments survive while the society changes around them, leaving stone buildings to preserve the shape of an authority that people no longer believed could protect their future. A powerful Bronze Age civilization vanished after a series of catastrophes. An empire powerful enough to challenge Egypt left no clear final account of its own destruction, only an administrative silence where royal orders once passed across Anatolia. The Hittite Empire had ruled from Hattusa, a fortified capital filled with temples, archives, monumental gates, and thousands of clay tablets recording treaties, rituals, laws, military campaigns, and supplies. At its height, Hittite authority extended across much of Anatolia and into northern Syria, placing it among the strongest powers of the Late Bronze Age. Its kings negotiated as equals with Egyptian pharaohs, controlled important roads, and depended on a network of provincial rulers, farmers, soldiers, merchants, and subject territories. Around the beginning of the 12th century BCE, however, that network broke apart. The cause was probably not one enemy or one terrible day. Written evidence from the wider region mentions grain shortages, while archaeological and environmental research points to unusually dry conditions in central Anatolia. Tree rings studied by researchers indicate an especially severe 3-year drought around 1198 to 1196 BCE, a crisis that may have arrived after years of increasing dryness. 3 failed harvests could weaken food reserves, raise prices, disrupt taxation, and make it harder to feed cities and armies. At the same time, the empire faced political rivalries, unstable borders, damaged trade connections, warfare, and upheaval across the eastern Mediterranean. Hattusa itself appears to have been deliberately emptied by its royal administration before parts of it burned, suggesting an organized withdrawal rather than a population suddenly trapped inside the capital. Afterward, the Central Empire disappeared from history, but the Hittite people did not simply cease to exist. Smaller successor kingdoms preserved elements of Hittite language, royal tradition, and art in Syria and southeastern Anatolia. What vanished was the imperial system that had connected them. This distinction matters because collapse is often described as though an entire population were erased. In reality, institutions can die while communities adapt. Names can disappear while customs survive, and a great capital can become silent even as ordinary life continues elsewhere. The Hittite fall shows you how several manageable problems can combine into something no ruler can control. Drought alone may not destroy an empire, nor war, hunger, or political division by itself. But when each weakness intensifies the others, a civilization built over centuries can lose its center with startling speed, leaving its final generation to discover that power is strongest only while the systems beneath it continue to hold. Ancient settlements still lie beneath the Black Sea. The coastline you see around the Black Sea is only the newest version of a map that has been redrawn many times. Beneath the shallow waters off Bulgaria, archaeologists have identified prehistoric settlements dating to the Copper Age and early Bronze Age, places where people once built wooden structures, shaped pottery, raised animals, gathered plants, and lived beside shores that no longer exist. Some of these remains were first revealed through dredging, while later underwater investigations recovered large ceramic collections, preserved timbers, animal bones, pollen, and other traces capable of showing what inhabitants ate and how they used their surroundings. These were not mysterious cities belonging to an unknown advanced civilization. They were real villages occupied by communities whose homes stood close enough to the water to benefit from fishing, transport, fertile ground, and contact with neighboring regions. As sea levels changed and some coastal land gradually subsided, parts of that inhabited landscape were covered, placing the archaeological record beyond the reach of ordinary excavation. You may have heard the more dramatic claim that the Mediterranean suddenly burst through the Bosporus and created a catastrophic Black Sea flood that inspired ancient deluge stories. Researchers continue to debate when the basin reconnected with the Mediterranean and how quickly its water rose. But the evidence does not justify presenting one enormous, civilization-ending flood as established fact. Some studies support a faster rise, while others suggest a smaller or more gradual event, and only a limited number of prehistoric settlements have actually been located underwater. That uncertainty makes the discoveries more meaningful, not less, because they reveal how carefully archaeology must separate physical evidence from an attractive legend. A wooden post embedded in ancient sediment may seem modest beside a tale of a drowned world, yet it can tell you exactly where a wall stood. A layer of seeds can reveal what grew nearby. Broken cooking vessels can return ordinary families to a landscape from which the coastline has erased them. The Black Sea therefore hides no confirmed underwater empire, but something more human, fragments of homes left behind as the relationship between land and water changed. When you imagine those vanished shores, you are not looking for a single lost kingdom. You are recognizing that thousands of years of coastal life may survive in scattered pieces beneath the waves, waiting for patient investigation to rebuild stories that the sea has never completely destroyed. The sunken city of Thonis Herakleion was lost for more than 1,000 years. For centuries, Thonis Herakleion existed almost like a mistake in ancient history, appearing under two different names, while its true location remained hidden beneath the waters of Egypt's Abukir Bay. Before Alexandria was founded, this city stood near the mouth of a navigable branch of the Nile and served as a major gateway for ships arriving from the Greek world. Foreign vessels entered its harbors, goods were inspected and exchanged, taxes were collected, and merchants moved between Egyptian and Mediterranean cultures. It was also a sacred center dominated by a great temple dedicated to Amun-Gereb, where religious ceremonies helped connect royal authority with the gods. The Egyptians called the city Thonis, while Greek visitors knew it as Herakleion, and for a long time scholars wondered whether ancient writers were describing two neighboring cities. Underwater discoveries eventually revealed that they were the same place. In 2000, after years of surveying, a team led by Frank Goddio located its remains about 6.5 kilometers from the modern coastline. Beneath layers of sand and sediment lay colossal statues, temple blocks, jewelry, coins, ritual objects, inscriptions, anchors, canals, harbor basins, and more than 70 ancient vessels deposited in different circumstances over centuries. One important inscribed monument confirmed the city's identity, transforming a name preserved in texts into a mapped urban landscape. Thonis Herakleion did not simply fall intact through the surface of the sea on one legendary night. It had been built on unstable, water-saturated ground in the Nile Delta, where slow subsidence lowered the land, and episodes of soil liquefaction could cause sections to lose strength during destructive events. Temples and heavy stone structures collapsed, water advanced, and the city gradually became impossible to maintain. Its commercial influence had already weakened after Alexandria became Egypt's dominant port, and by around the 8th century CE, Thonis Herakleion had disappeared beneath the Mediterranean. What makes the site extraordinary is not merely that it sank, but that its position between worlds has survived in its objects. Egyptian religious traditions stand beside Greek goods and artistic influences, showing a community where cultures met without becoming identical. As you picture divers moving slowly through dark water, past fallen statues and abandoned ships, the city begins to feel less like a treasure chamber and more like a recovered border crossing. It reminds you that civilizations are often shaped most strongly at their entrances, in the busy places where strangers arrive, languages overlap, and unfamiliar ideas are quietly absorbed into everyday life. Pompeii preserved the final moments of an entire Roman city. Pompeii did not preserve one perfectly frozen instant. It preserved the terrifying sequence of a city running out of time. When Mount Vesuvius erupted in 79 CE, many residents appear to have escaped during the early stages, while others remained because they underestimated the danger, protected their property, searched for relatives, or found the roads too difficult to cross. Pumice stones and volcanic fragments fell for hours, accumulating on streets and rooftops until some buildings collapsed under the growing weight. People who sheltered indoors could be trapped by blocked entrances or killed when roofs failed, while those attempting to leave faced darkness, falling debris, and air filled with ash. Later, fast-moving currents of extremely hot gas and volcanic materials swept through the city, killing those who were still alive. The famous human forms seen at Pompeii are not petrified bodies. After victims were buried, their soft tissues decomposed and left hollow spaces inside hardened ash. Beginning in 1863, archaeologist Giuseppe Fiorelli refined a method of pouring plaster into these cavities, creating casts that preserved body positions, folds of clothing, sandals, and sometimes expressions of physical distress. A little over 100 casts have been produced, while the remains of more than 1,000 victims have been found across the site. Yet the disaster preserved far more than death. Excavators uncovered bakeries with mills and ovens, taverns with serving counters, painted household shrines, public baths, gardens, workshops, election notices, advertisements, insults scratched into walls, and rooms decorated according to the wealth and ambitions of their owners. Traces of food, animal remains, furniture, containers, tools, and plumbing allow researchers to study how a Roman city functioned at street level. Pompeii was not a silent museum before the eruption. It was crowded with labor, inequality, political competition, commerce, religion, entertainment, family tensions, and the constant noise of people trying to earn a living. That is why its preservation feels so intimate. You do not encounter Rome only through emperors and military victories. You meet shopkeepers, enslaved workers, children, craftspeople, voters, migrants, and householders whose private marks were never intended to survive. The ash ended their routines, but it also protected the evidence of those routines from later rebuilding. Walking through Pompeii in your imagination, you may first be drawn toward the tragedy, yet the deeper lesson comes from everything that existed before it. The city teaches that history is not made only in exceptional moments. It is created continuously in meals prepared, messages written, wages earned, rooms repaired, and plans made for a tomorrow that no one realizes may never arrive. The Indus Valley civilization built vast cities and then mysteriously declined. Long before Rome raised its aqueducts, cities along the Indus were already directing wastewater through covered drains beneath carefully planned streets. Between roughly 2600 and 1900 BCE, the Indus civilization developed across an enormous region of present-day Pakistan and northwestern India, creating major urban centers such as Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, and Dholavira. Their builders used standardized bricks, precise weights, public wells, reservoirs, workshops, warehouses, and drainage systems that reveal remarkable coordination between distant communities. Yet they left behind no easily identified royal palaces, triumphant monuments, or readable histories explaining who governed them, because the short inscriptions on their seals remain undeciphered. After about 1900 BCE, many large cities lost population, long-distance trade weakened, standardized objects became less common, and communities increasingly shifted towards smaller settlements, especially farther east. This was not a sudden disappearance caused by one invasion or a single fatal disaster. Evidence instead points toward a long transformation shaped by weakening monsoon rains, repeated droughts, changing river conditions, altered farming strategies, disrupted exchange networks, and the difficulty of maintaining large urban populations when dependable water became less certain. People adapted by moving, cultivating different crops, and organizing life on a more local scale. The civilization declined as an urban system, but its inhabitants and many of their practices continued. What remains mysterious is not that everyone vanished, but that such a sophisticated society could reorganize so completely without leaving a clear written explanation. As you imagine streets gradually becoming quieter and public works receiving less maintenance, you begin to see that collapse may not resemble a dramatic ending at all. It can be a long sequence of practical decisions, each family choosing survival, until the city remains standing. But the world that once made it function has moved elsewhere. Tai, Forgotten City, was discovered beneath the jungles of Cambodia. Hao, forested mountain northeast of Angkor, concealed not a single hidden temple, but the organized ground plan of one of the Khmer Empire's earliest capitals. Known as Mahendraparvata, the settlement occupied the Phnom Kulen Plateau and was associated through inscriptions with Jayavarman II, the ruler traditionally linked to the beginning of the Angkorian state in the early 9th century. Archaeologists already knew that temples and carved remains existed across the mountain, but dense vegetation made it extraordinarily difficult to understand how the separate sites fitted together. Airborne LiDAR changed that view by sending laser pulses toward the ground and measuring the signals that returned through gaps in the forest canopy. When vegetation was digitally removed from the resulting model, an extensive planned landscape emerged, a geometric network of roads, city blocks, temple sites, mounds, embankments, hundreds of ponds, and traces of water management works. Ground surveys then helped confirm that many of these shapes were human-made. The discovery did not reveal a stone metropolis preserved intact beneath the trees. Much of Mahendraparvata was built from earth, timber, and other materials that decayed, leaving subtle changes in the land rather than towering ruins. Evidence also suggests that parts of its ambitious water system may never have been fully completed, or may not have supported dense occupation for very long. The capital's position on an elevated plateau carried sacred and political importance, but it was less suitable for the vast hydraulic and agricultural system that later supported Angkor on the plains below. Mahendraparvata therefore captures an early experiment in Khmer urban design, created before generations of builders learned how to reshape lowland water across a much greater scale. As the faint grid appears beneath the canopy, you are reminded that a city does not become unreal when its wooden homes disappear. Roads can become shallow ridges, reservoirs can become patches of vegetation, and an abandoned plan can remain written into the soil long after every voice within it has fallen silent. The ancient city of Helik disappeared beneath the sea in a single night. One winter night in 373 BCE, the ground beneath Helike moved so violently that an important Greek city passed almost instantly from political power into legend. Helike stood on the southern coast of the Gulf of Corinth and served as a leading city of ancient Achaea, with a renowned sanctuary dedicated to Poseidon Heliconios, the god whom Greeks associated with both the sea and earthquakes. Ancient writers described a destructive earthquake, followed by an inundation that overwhelmed the city and killed much of its population. Later visitors reported seeing submerged remains, including the famous bronze statue of Poseidon, and the disaster became one of antiquity's most frequently repeated accounts of a city swallowed by water. Modern research, however, has corrected the popular image of intact ruins waiting on the open seafloor. Geological and archaeological investigations indicate that Helike stood on a vulnerable coastal plain, shaped by faults, rivers, lagoons, subsidence, and accumulating sediment. The earthquake may have lowered sections of the land, destabilized waterlogged soil, and allowed seawater or a tsunami-like surge to sweep inland. Over time, river deposits buried the affected landscape, moving the shoreline outward and concealing the city beneath the modern plain, rather than leaving it permanently exposed beneath deep sea. Excavations have identified classical period destruction deposits consistent with the ancient reports, alongside remains from earlier and later settlements in the same region. Yet identifying every surviving structure as part of the lost classical city remains difficult because natural processes repeatedly rearrange the ground. Helike's disappearance is therefore both more complicated and more instructive than the legend. A single night caused the catastrophe, but centuries of sediment completed the act of concealment. The city did not merely sink like a stone, its landscape changed around it until memory became easier to preserve than geography. And when a real place can become almost indistinguishable from myth, you begin to understand that legends sometimes survive not because people invented the disaster, but because the truth was so sudden that ordinary language could no longer contain it. Entire human worlds were drowned when Ice Age sea levels rose. Imagine returning to the place where generations of your family had gathered food, buried their dead, and followed familiar paths, only to find the sea moving steadily across it. Near the height of the last ice age, so much water was locked inside enormous land-based ice sheets that global sea level stood about 120 meters lower than it does today. The exposed continental shelves were not empty strips of cold mud. In many regions, they contained broad plains, river valleys, freshwater springs, wetlands, hunting grounds, and sheltered coasts that could support human life. As the climate warmed and the ice melted, the ocean reclaimed these environments over thousands of years, sometimes advancing slowly enough for several generations to adapt, but at other times rising in faster pulses that could transform a familiar shoreline within a human lifetime. People moved camps, changed fishing grounds, followed animals inland, and carried knowledge of disappearing places into new territories. Their houses were often made from wood, reeds, hides, and earth, so the evidence they left behind can be difficult to identify beneath layers of sediment. Yet underwater archaeology has shown that some of it survived. Off the coast of Israel, the Neolithic settlement of Atlit Yam preserves stone structures, graves, tools, animal remains, and a freshwater well beneath the Mediterranean, offering a rare view of a community that lived beside a coastline more than 7,000 years ago. Elsewhere, divers and marine researchers have found submerged hearths, worked stone, wooden objects, ancient forests, and the channels of rivers that once flowed across dry land. These discoveries do not prove that grand unknown empires were swallowed by a single universal flood. They reveal something quieter and more important. A large part of early human history unfolded on landscapes that are now extremely difficult to reach. Because people were repeatedly drawn toward water, many of the places most likely to contain evidence of migration, fishing, exchange, and early coastal adaptation now lie offshore. The surviving archaeological record on land may therefore show only part of the human journey, like a book whose opening chapters have been placed beneath the sea. As you picture communities watching the water approach their homes, you may wonder what they believed was happening. They could not know that continental ice was melting far beyond their horizon, but they understood the loss in immediate terms. A spring turning salty, a burial place being eroded, a pathway ending at the water's edge. Their worlds were not imaginary, and their disappearance was not a legend. The ocean covering them today is evidence that human history has always been written on moving ground. The world's coastlines once looked completely different from today. Take every modern map you have ever trusted and begin pulling the oceans away from the continents, and an unfamiliar Earth slowly appears beneath them. During the coldest phase of the last glacial period, lower sea level exposed vast portions of the continental shelves, extending some shorelines tens or even hundreds of kilometers beyond their present positions. Rivers that now empty into the sea continued across those exposed plains, cutting valleys through land that has since become seabed. Modern bays were dry basins, narrow straits were absent or greatly reduced. Islands formed parts of larger territories, and many present-day ports would have stood far inland from the ancient coast. This does not mean that one single Ice Age map remained unchanged for thousands of years. The shoreline repeatedly moved as ice sheets grew and retreated, while local conditions made the change different in every region. The weight of ice pushed parts of Earth's crust downward, and after the ice melted, some of that land slowly rose again. Elsewhere, tectonic movement, sediment carried by rivers, erosion, and the sinking of soft coastal ground altered relative sea level independently of the global ocean. A coast could advance in one place while retreating in another, which is why scientists reconstruct ancient shorelines using several kinds of evidence rather than simply lowering the water on a modern map. They examine sediment cores drilled from the seabed, drowned river channels detected with acoustic instruments, ancient beach ridges, coral remains, pollen, shells, and cave formations that stopped growing when seawater entered them. Together, these records reveal former landscapes with hills, estuaries, lagoons, deltas, and freshwater systems where only open water is visible now. They also show why a coastline should never be imagined as a permanent border. It is a temporary meeting place between land and ocean, continually adjusted by climate, geology, waves, and sediment. The familiar outline of your country may feel like part of its identity, yet on geological timescales that outline is only a recent frame. Earlier humans navigated by headlands that no longer exist and crossed plains where ships now travel. Future people will also inherit coasts different from the ones you know. The deeper lesson is not merely that the sea once stood lower, but that maps quietly encourage a false sense of permanence. They freeze a moving planet into a single image. Beneath the smooth blue areas printed around the continents lie older valleys and abandoned shores, reminding you that geography is not the stage on which history happens. Geography is one of history's most active participants, opening routes, closing them, gathering populations together, and then slowly removing the ground on which their memories were built. Doggerland, once connected, Britain to continental Europe. Where fishing vessels now cross the southern North Sea, Mesolithic families once moved through a broad, inhabited country of rivers, marshes, wooded valleys, grasslands, and shallow lakes. Archaeologists call this vanished region Doggerland after Dogger Bank, but the name can make it sound like one clearly bordered nation. In reality, it was a changing prehistoric landscape that linked what is now Britain with the Netherlands, Germany, and parts of Denmark during periods of lower sea level. After the coldest Ice Age conditions eased, its environment became increasingly rich and varied. Herds of red deer and aurochs moved through the region, fish filled its waterways, birds gathered around wetlands, and plants provided seasonal food and materials. Hunter-gatherer groups could travel along river systems, establish temporary camps, hunt, fish, collect shellfish, shape flint tools, and maintain relationships across land that later generations would know only as separate coasts. Much of what researchers know has not come from a buried city, because Doggerland's inhabitants did not build stone urban centres. Evidence appears in a more scattered form. Worked flint, antler tools, animal bones bearing cut marks, pieces of peat, tree remains, and occasional human fossils raised by fishing nets, dredging operations, or material taken from the seabed. Scientists also reuse seismic survey data originally collected for offshore energy exploration. Sound waves reveal buried channels, ridges, basins, and former river networks beneath marine sediment, allowing researchers to reconstruct parts of a landscape that cannot be excavated like an ordinary site. Doggerland did not vanish in one dramatic moment. Rising water gradually divided its plains, enlarged wetlands, shifted resources, and reduced the habitable territory until Britain became separated from continental Europe. Around 8,200 years ago, the Storegga submarine landslide off Norway generated a tsunami that reached portions of the North Sea coast and may have devastated surviving low-lying communities. However, researchers do not treat that wave as the single event that drowned all of Doggerland. Much of the region had already been fragmented by long-term sea level rise, and debate continues over how many people remained in the affected areas. This distinction protects the real landscape from becoming another simplified flood legend. Doggerland matters because it changes the human meaning of Britain's island identity. For much of prehistory, there was no English Channel boundary separating one world from another, only connected routes across a living plain. The water now makes that connection appear impossible. Yet beneath it remain the courses of rivers people once followed. When you look east from Britain's shore, you are not facing an eternal divide. You are looking across a recent sea, covering a country whose inhabitants never knew they were living in a place that future generations would call lost. thousands of prehistoric settlements may be hidden beneath modern seas. Some of humanity's richest archaeological regions may be places where no archaeologist can walk, because the evidence lies beneath shipping lanes, fishing grounds, and layers of moving sediment. Prehistoric people were strongly drawn to coasts, estuaries, river mouths, wetlands, and sheltered bays, where fresh water, fish, shellfish, plants, animals, transport routes, and workable stone could often be found close together. Yet many of those attractive environments are now underwater, creating a major gap in what survives for researchers to study. The phrase, "thousands of settlements," is not a count of confirmed cities waiting intact on the seafloor. It is a reasonable possibility based on the enormous area of formerly habitable continental shelf and the small number of submerged sites that have been carefully investigated. Finding them is exceptionally difficult. Stone tools may resemble natural rocks, wooden buildings may decay or remain sealed beneath mud, and trawling can scatter objects far from their original positions. Sonar can reveal unusual shapes, but a shape alone cannot prove that people created it. Researchers must combine seabed mapping, sediment cores, environmental samples, radiocarbon dating, diving, and controlled excavation before they can confidently identify an ancient living surface. Baldner Cliff near the Isle of Wight shows what such patience can uncover. Now 11 meters underwater, the site contains worked flint hearths, preserved woodland, split timbers, and a wooden platform dating to around 8,000 years ago. Waterlogged, oxygen-poor sediment protected organic materials that would normally disappear on dry land, preserving evidence of woodworking and daily activity with unusual clarity. At the same time, tides are eroding the deposit, exposing valuable objects only to destroy them soon afterward. This is the central paradox of submerged archaeology. The sea can conceal and preserve the past, then erase it before anyone realizes it is there. Offshore construction, dredging, pipelines, fishing, and natural erosion make the search increasingly urgent, but scientists cannot simply declare every underwater feature a lost settlement. Genuine discovery depends on resisting the temptation to turn uncertainty into spectacle. What may be hidden below is not necessarily a collection of forgotten empires, but something equally important: camps, workshops, fishing places, wooden paths, and homes belonging to people rarely represented in monumental history. Each verified site changes the balance of the human record, showing that the chapters preserved on land may be only the visible portion of a much larger story. Vast ancient landscape lies beneath the North Sea. The floor of the North Sea is not an empty plain of sand, but a buried landscape whose rivers and valleys can still be traced without removing a single layer of sediment. For decades, energy companies collected seismic data by sending sound into the seabed and recording the echoes returning from underground boundaries. Archaeologists and geologists later realized that these measurements could be read for an entirely different purpose. When processed into shallow slices and three-dimensional models, the data reveal ancient channels, basins, ridges, floodplains, and surfaces formed during repeated cold and warm periods. The result is not a simple map of one lost country, but a layered archive containing landscapes from multiple glacial cycles across hundreds of thousands of years. At times when the sea stood lower, some areas that are submerged today became fertile lowlands, often more inviting to hunters and gatherers than exposed uplands nearby. Rivers changed direction, wetlands expanded or dried, and later sediments covered earlier surfaces without always destroying their form. Researchers cannot identify a human settlement merely by finding an old riverbank, but such reconstructions allow them to predict where people were most likely to have stopped, hunted, gathered plants, or crossed the terrain. A sheltered terrace beside fresh water, for example, offers a better archaeological target than an exposed slope with few resources. Seismic images must still be checked against boreholes and sediment cores, because underground patterns can be misread. Cores can reveal whether a supposed lake basin actually contains freshwater deposits, whether pollen indicates woodland or open grassland, and whether a surface existed during a period when humans were present in northwestern Europe. This combination of industrial survey data and archaeological reasoning has transformed the North Sea from a blank space between modern nations into a readable prehistoric environment. It also changes what you imagine when you look across open water. Beneath passing ships are not merely isolated objects dragged from the seabed, but connected landforms that once guided animals, water, vegetation, and possibly generations of people. The most remarkable discovery is therefore not a single artifact. It is the recovery of geography itself. Science is rebuilding a world no human map recorded, using echoes preserved below the seabed to restore valleys that vanished long before anyone could write their names. The Persian Gulf was once a fertile plain, inhabited by early humans. Before the Persian Gulf became a shallow inland sea, its basin may have offered one of the most valuable refuges in prehistoric Arabia. During periods of lower sea level, large parts of the present Gulf were exposed, creating a broad lowland between the Arabian Peninsula and Iran. This was not simply an extension of the surrounding desert. Water from the Tigris, Euphrates, Karun, and Wadi Batin systems entered the basin, while underground aquifers may have supplied additional springs and wetlands. Archaeologist Jeffrey Rose has described this proposed environment as the Gulf Oasis, suggesting that human groups could have occupied it during periods when extreme dryness made much of inland Arabia difficult to inhabit. At its greatest extent, the exposed land may have approached the size of Great Britain, offering river corridors, freshwater sources, plants, animals, and routes connecting regions that appear widely separated on a modern map. The most intriguing support for the idea comes from what happened around the Gulf's edges. About 7,500 years ago, dozens of substantial settlements appeared along the shoreline, some containing permanent stone houses, decorated pottery, domesticated animals, evidence of long-distance exchange and early maritime activity. One possible explanation is that these communities developed from populations displaced as water entered the basin and reduced the habitable land. But this remains a hypothesis rather than a confirmed account. Archaeologists have not discovered a continuous chain of well-dated settlements across the submerged Gulf floor, and the appearance of coastal communities could also reflect developments occurring in several neighboring regions. Even the word fertile must be used carefully, because environmental conditions would have shifted through time. The basin was not one unchanging green paradise. What the geological reconstruction does establish is that the modern Gulf hides an ancient land surface that could have supported people, especially near rivers, springs, and marshes. Its flooding would not necessarily have resembled one sudden wall of water. Different areas were covered at different times, forcing communities to adjust their routes, economies, and places of residence as the shoreline moved inland. When you picture the Gulf only as water separating Arabia from Iran, you accept a division that early humans may never have known. For them, this basin could have been a meeting ground rather than a barrier, carrying people and knowledge through the heart of a region later transformed by the sea. The possibility remains powerful precisely because it is unfinished. Some of the evidence needed to understand early life in Arabia may still rest beneath water and sediment, beyond the settlements that currently define the known beginning of the story. Sunderland once joined many Southeast Asian islands into one great land. Erase the shallow seas between mainland Southeast Asia, Sumatra, Java, and Borneo, and a lost land larger than many modern countries rises into view. This was Sunderland, the immense exposed portion of the Sunda continental shelf that repeatedly appeared when global sea levels fell during the Ice Age. It was not a separate sunken continent like Zealandia, but an extension of Asia whose low plains connected territories that are now divided by some of the busiest waterways on Earth. Rivers crossed this open country, including systems far longer than their surviving modern branches, carrying water toward distant coastlines that lay beyond today's islands. The environment was not uniform. Tropical forests covered some regions, while pollen, animal remains, and landscape models suggest that drier woodland and open grassland corridors developed elsewhere during colder periods. These changing habitats influenced where animals could travel, helping explain why species found on Sumatra, Java, Borneo, and the Asian mainland share ancient connections. Humans also moved through this landscape. Early populations could follow rivers, coastlines, forests, and seasonal food sources without making the sea crossings required today, although deep channels east of Sunderland continued to separate it from New Guinea and Australia. When the climate warmed after the last glacial period, rising water did more than create new shorelines. It divided one connected region into islands, reduced available land, redirected rivers, and may have encouraged human groups to move towards surviving coasts and neighboring parts of Asia. Genetic research suggests that these environmental changes affected patterns of migration, but archaeology has not uncovered a single unified Sundaland civilization or proved that one enormous culture was drowned beneath the shelf. The exposed land existed across vast spans of time and supported different populations under changing conditions. Its importance lies in how completely it rearranges Southeast Asian geography. The islands you recognize today were once mountain regions and uplands within a much broader world, while the sea between them covered valleys through which people and animals may have traveled. Sunderland asks you to look beyond political borders and modern coastlines, because neither biology nor human history began on the map you inherited. Beneath the waters separating these islands lies the missing center of an ancient landscape, reminding you that isolation can be younger than connection, and that an archipelago may still carry the memory of having once been land. The Bering Land Bridge was an entire world rather than a narrow crossing. The famous bridge into the Americas was not a thin strip that frightened travelers hurried across, but a vast northern homeland where generations could have been born, lived and died without ever seeing another continent. Known as Beringia, this Ice Age region extended across northeastern Siberia, Alaska, and the exposed floor of what is now the Bering and Chukchi Seas. At times of lower sea level, its central land connection may have stretched roughly 1,000 miles from east to west, making it broad enough to contain rivers, lakes, hills, wetlands, and different plant communities. Although much of the northern world was locked beneath glaciers, large parts of Beringia remained ice-free because the climate was cold and dry, producing too little snowfall to build continuous ice sheets. It was not a lifeless frozen wasteland. Sediment cores and preserved plant material reveal a varied environment containing grasses, flowering plants, and patches of shrub tundra. Mammoths, steppe bison, horses, caribou, and other animals move through the region, providing food, hides, bone, and fuel for human communities capable of surviving its severe seasons. Archaeologists continue to debate precisely when people entered Beringia, how long different groups remained there, and whether the first major movements into the Americas followed inland routes, Pacific coastal routes, or more than one pathway. What is increasingly clear is that migration should not be imagined as one heroic march from Asia to America. Human groups may have expanded gradually, following animals and resources, adapting to local environments, and pausing for long periods as ice sheets and coastlines changed. Some researchers have proposed that populations remained genetically or geographically isolated within Beringia before spreading farther into the Americas, though the location and duration of such a pause remain subjects of investigation. When warmer conditions returned, seawater entered the low central plain and divided Asia from North America, leaving only the far eastern and western edges of a once continuous region. The people living there did not know they were standing on a bridge, because a bridge is defined by destinations beyond it. To them, it was simply the world, a demanding but habitable country filled with familiar routes, animals, weather, and inherited knowledge. Thinking of Beringia in this way changes the story of the first Americans. It replaces the image of desperate strangers racing across an icy corridor with something slower and more human, a population. learning a landscape so deeply that movement into a new continent may have felt less like crossing a boundary and more like following the world as it opened ahead of them. Some Pacific islands once supported civilizations, far larger than expected. From the deck of a passing ship, a small Pacific island can appear too isolated and too limited to support anything beyond scattered coastal villages. Yet archaeology is revealing landscapes once filled with roads, platforms, gardens, ceremonial grounds, and dense networks of homes. The surprise comes partly from an old assumption that social complexity required enormous continents, wide river valleys, or cities made from durable stone. Pacific societies developed according to different rules. Their roads were ocean routes, their vessels connected islands across immense distances, and much of their architecture was built from earth, timber, coral, and vegetation that could disappear quickly after abandonment. On Tongatapu, the main island of Tonga, aerial laser mapping has identified thousands of mounds and other constructed features spread across the landscape. Research suggests that settlement grew into a distinctive low-density urban form long before European arrival, with large populations distributed among residential zones, agricultural land, elite compounds, and ceremonial structures rather than packed behind city walls. Tonga later became the center of a powerful chiefly state whose influence reached across wide parts of Western Polynesia. Geochemical analysis of stone tools found at important Tongan sites shows that valuable material arrived from distant islands, including Samoa and Fiji, demonstrating political and exchange relationships that crossed hundreds of kilometers of ocean. Samoa offers another correction to the image of tiny coastal populations. LiDAR-guided fieldwork on Savaii has revealed extensive zones of inland settlement, including platforms, paths, walls, and modified land continuing several kilometers away from the shore. These remains suggest that pre-contact communities occupied and cultivated much more of the island interior than early colonial descriptions implied. Elsewhere, major ceremonial centers such as Taputapuatea on Raiatea served political, religious, and funerary roles within networks extending across the Polynesian world. None of this means that every Pacific island held a hidden empire, or that archaeologists can state ancient population totals with complete certainty. Estimates depend on how structures were used, whether they were occupied simultaneously, and how much evidence has survived. What the discoveries establish is that distance did not prevent organization. Islanders created systems of farming, hierarchy, ritual, navigation, exchange, and land management suited to environments outsiders often misunderstood. The greatest structure they built may not have been a palace or a wall, but a connected oceanic world held together by remembered stars, sailing knowledge, kinship, obligation, and trust. When you see only small islands scattered across empty blue space, you are viewing them from the perspective of someone who travels by land. To the people who mastered the Pacific, the ocean was not emptiness between societies. It was the road that allowed those societies to become larger than any single island. Nan Madol was built from enormous stone blocks on a remote Pacific island. At the edge of Pohnpei, where mangrove water now moves quietly between ruined walls, an ancient ruling dynasty constructed one of the most astonishing ceremonial centers ever created in the Pacific. Nan Madol consists of more than 100 artificial islets built over a shallow reef using coral fill and immense pieces of columnar basalt, many stacked horizontally in alternating layers that make the walls resemble enormous log cabins made of stone. Between roughly 1200 and 1500 CE, the site became the political and religious center of the Sodler dynasty, whose rulers brought communities from across Pohnpei under a centralized system of authority. The islets were separated by tidal canals, leading later visitors to compare the complex to a city floating on water. But Nan Madol was not an ordinary urban settlement filled with a large permanent population. Different areas served specialized purposes. Priests conducted rituals, elites lived within protected compounds, food was prepared, sacred objects were kept, and high-ranking individuals were buried inside monumental enclosures. The most imposing of these is Nandawaz, a royal mortuary complex surrounded by massive basalt walls. Scientific analysis has traced some of the stone used there to a volcanic source on the opposite side of Pohnpei, showing that builders transported heavy columns across considerable distances before placing them on the reef. They had no metal cranes, wheeled carts, or large draft animals, and although water transport almost certainly played an important role, the exact methods used to move and raise the greatest blocks remain uncertain. Archaeological dating indicates that monumental construction was already underway by around 1180 CE, revealing that the Sodelur rulers could organize labor and resources on an island-wide scale earlier than once assumed. Local oral traditions preserve stories of supernatural builders and stones flying through the air, but archaeology offers a more human explanation. Generations of knowledge, skilled coordination, political obligation, and physical labor. This does not make Nanmadol less mysterious. It makes the achievement more profound, because every column had to be selected, moved, positioned, and fitted by people working in an environment where the sea entered the construction site twice each day. As you picture those workers standing waist-deep in warm water beneath unfinished walls, the ruins begin to ask a deeper question. How much authority must a ruler possess before an entire island agrees to transform a reef into a sacred landscape? And how long can such power endure when the people carrying the stones no longer believe the weight is worth bearing? Easter Island once supported a more complex society than its barren landscape suggests. The apparent emptiness of Rapa Nui is deceptive, because its windswept fields conceal the remains of a society that learned to produce food, organize labor, preserve ancestry, and build monuments in one of the most isolated inhabited places on Earth. Polynesian settlers reached the island centuries before. Europeans arrived in 1722 and developed communities connected through kinship, ceremony, farming, quarrying, and the creation of nearly 1,000 moai. These statues were not anonymous stone giants raised for decoration. They represented important ancestors and were usually placed on ceremonial platforms known as ahu, where they faced inland toward the communities associated with them. Most were carved from volcanic tuff at Rano Raraku, while their red top knots were made from a different stone quarried elsewhere, requiring careful planning from carving to transport and final placement. Yet the statues reveal only the most visible part of Rapa Nui ingenuity. The island's soils were vulnerable to wind, water loss, and declining fertility, so farmers developed methods adapted to those limits. They broke volcanic stone across cultivated ground to reduce evaporation, moderate temperature, protect plants from wind, and slowly release minerals into the soil. They also created stone-walled gardens called manavai, which sheltered crops such as sweet potatoes, taro, and sugarcane. Earlier interpretations claim that the population grew to an enormous size, destroyed the island's forests, exhausted its resources, descended into warfare, and collapsed before Europeans arrived. Deforestation certainly occurred, and both human land use and introduced Polynesian rats probably affected the island's palms. But the simple story of self-inflicted ecological suicide is no longer supported by much of the evidence. A 2024 study mapping rock gardens concluded that earlier estimates of cultivated land were greatly exaggerated, and that the island likely supported only a few thousand people rather than a vast, unsustainable population. Ancient DNA research likewise found no evidence of a severe population collapse during the 17th century, instead supporting a history of demographic resilience before European contact. The most devastating losses came later through introduced disease, colonial violence, slave raids, forced removal, and the seizure of land. Rapa Nui therefore should not be remembered as a civilization too foolish to survive its own ambition. It was a resourceful society that endured severe environmental limits for centuries and created a cultural landscape far more organized than its modern appearance suggests. When you look at the island's open grasslands, You are not seeing proof of an ancient failure. You are seeing the altered surface of a world whose complexity survives in buried gardens, ancestral platforms, oral traditions, and descendants who are still correcting the stories outsiders told about them. The lost kingdom of Punt was famous for centuries, but its location remains uncertain. For more than 2,000 years, Egyptian ships sailed toward a land celebrated in royal inscriptions, painted on temple walls, and valued for treasures the Nile Valley could not easily provide. Yet no map has ever revealed exactly where Punt was. Egyptian records mention expeditions there from at least the Old Kingdom onward, but the most detailed account survives at the mortuary temple of Pharaoh Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahri. Its reliefs portray a voyage made during the 15th century BCE, showing Egyptian vessels, Puntite houses, local plants and animals, the ruler Parehu and his wife Ati, and the exchange of goods between the two regions. The expedition returned with myrrh, incense trees, ebony, ivory, animal skins, gold, and living baboons, materials that carried economic, ceremonial, and religious importance in Egypt. Myrrh and incense were especially valuable because their fragrant smoke was used in temples and funerary rituals, connecting distant trade with the sacred life of the state. Despite the richness of these descriptions, the Egyptians did not provide coordinates, a surviving route map, or a clear statement matching Punt to one modern country. Scholars have proposed locations along both sides of the southern Red Sea, including parts of present-day Eritrea, Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. The landscape shown in Hatshepsut's reliefs contains clues, but artistic convention prevents every tree, house, or animal from being read as literal geography. Scientific study of mummified baboons has added stronger evidence. Because the chemical composition of an animal's tissues reflects the water and environment where it lived, researchers compared Egyptian baboons with modern geographic patterns and found origins consistent with regions around the Horn of Africa and the southern Red Sea. This supports the general direction favored by many historians, but it still does not identify a single ruined capital waiting to be excavated. Punt may not have been one fixed kingdom with permanent borders. It could have been a wider trading region, a collection of coastal communities, or a name Egyptians used for several connected sources of luxury goods. Its location may also have shifted in Egyptian understanding as trade routes changed across centuries. That possibility explains why the search remains difficult. Archaeologists may be looking for one place when ancient Egyptians were describing an entire commercial world. Punt was therefore not imaginary, because its products, expeditions, rulers, and exchanges appear repeatedly in Egyptian evidence. What has been lost is the landscape behind the name. You can still see the goods arriving, the incense trees being carried ashore, and the royal court turning a dangerous voyage into a story of divine success. Yet the people who supplied those treasures remain only partly visible. Punt reminds you that history often remembers trade from the viewpoint of the buyer, while the distant society that produced the wealth slowly disappears beyond the edge of the record. The ancient capital of the Hittite Empire was forgotten for thousands of years. A capital that once issued commands across Anatolia eventually lost even its name, leaving enormous walls and carved gateways standing above a history no one could clearly read. Hattusa occupied a rugged landscape near modern Boğazkale in central Turkey, where the Hittite kings created a political and sacred center divided into an upper city, a lower city, temple districts, storage areas, royal buildings, and fortified approaches. Its defensive system extended for more than 8 kilometers and included over 100 towers, while monumental entrances such as the Lion Gate, King's Gate, and Sphinx Gate turned the act of entering the city into a display of royal authority. At Büyükkale, the citadel held palatial and administrative buildings, while the Great Temple served the religious life of a state whose text described Hattusa as a city connected to a vast community of gods. Beyond the walls, the rock sanctuary of Yazilikaya, preserved processions of carved deities, transforming the natural stone into a ceremonial landscape. Yet after the Hittite imperial age ended, the city's identity gradually disappeared from living historical knowledge. Local people continued to know the ruins, but the connection between those stones and the powerful Hittite state was lost. French traveller Charles Texier brought the site to wider scholarly attention in 1834, although he could not correctly identify the civilization responsible for it. The decisive breakthrough came through excavations begun in 1906 by Ottoman archaeologist Theodore Macready Bey and Assyriologist Hugo Winkler. They uncovered cuneiform tablets whose contents revealed that the ruins belonged to Hattusa, the long-sought Hittite capital. Thousands of tablets and fragments eventually emerged from the site, preserving royal correspondence, religious instructions, legal matters, diplomatic agreements, inventories, and records written in several languages. One of the most famous texts connected to the Hittite archives is the treaty between Hattusili III and the Egyptian pharaoh Ramesses Steku, evidence that Hattusa had once communicated with the greatest courts of its age as an equal. The city was therefore recovered twice, first as a landscape of walls and gates, and then as a speaking civilization whose clay documents restored its name. As you imagine scholars lifting those tablets from the soil, you begin to understand how completely political power can disappear when its language is no longer understood. Stone can survive for millennia, but without the words that explain it, even the center of an empire can become an anonymous ruin waiting for someone to teach it how to speak again. Troy was rebuilt, repeatedly, on top of its own ruins. Every generation that returned to the hill of Hisarlik inherited a city already buried beneath its feet. Troy stood near routes connecting the Aegean, the Dardanelles, the Sea of Marmara, and the Black Sea, giving the settlement access to movement, trade, agriculture, and political influence. That valuable position encouraged people to rebuild after fires, earthquakes, conflict, structural failure, and the ordinary decay of mud brick architecture. When buildings collapsed, inhabitants did not always clear the site down to untouched ground. Broken walls were leveled, cavities were packed with debris, new floors were laid higher, and fresh houses rose above older rooms. Over centuries, this repeated process created the mound archaeologists excavate today. Rebuilding did not mean that one unchanging Trojan culture simply reconstructed the same city again and again. Plans altered, fortifications expanded, building methods changed, populations reorganized, and the settlement's relationship with the surrounding world evolved. During the Late Bronze Age, the city, now called Troy VI, possessed impressive sloping stone defenses, towers, carefully constructed gateways, and a lower settlement extending beyond the citadel. Its walls suggest a community able to organize skilled labor and protect an important regional center. After Troy VI suffered major destruction, possibly involving an earthquake, the succeeding inhabitants of Troy VII reused many of its structures but altered the spaces within them. Some houses were divided into smaller rooms, and large storage vessels were set into floors, details that may indicate a population living under new pressures and attempting to store supplies more carefully. Troy VII was later destroyed by fire and violence, although archaeology cannot identify the attackers or prove that this destruction was the exact war described in Homer's Iliad. Centuries afterward, Greek settlers built the city of Ilion over the prehistoric mound, establishing sanctuaries and treating the place as the landscape of the legendary Trojan War. Roman rulers later enlarged the settlement with public buildings, a council house, an Odeon, baths, and a major temple of Athena. They were not merely occupying convenient land, they were building upon a location whose ancient reputation had become a source of prestige. Troy's long history therefore resembles a conversation between practical survival and remembered meaning. Early inhabitants rebuilt because the hill remained useful. Later inhabitants rebuilt partly because the hill had become sacred to a story. As you move downward through its ruins in your imagination, Each floor removes the certainty of the one above it. A Roman city rests upon a Greek sanctuary. The sanctuary rests upon Bronze Age defenses, and those defenses stand above communities whose names are gone. Troy survived not because it escaped destruction, but because people repeatedly decided that its location, resources, and memories were worth beginning again. 9 different cities were buried beneath the site known as Troy. The number 9 makes Troy sound like a stack of separate cities placed neatly one above another, but the ground reveals a far more complicated archive. Archaeologists traditionally organize the main occupation sequence at Hisarlik into Troy the Firm through Troy 9, covering roughly 4,000 years from the early Bronze Age to the Roman period. These numbers are tools for understanding changes in architecture and material culture, not evidence that the site was abandoned completely 9 times and repopulated by strangers after every destruction. Many of the main layers contain smaller phases, repairs, expansions, and rebuilding episodes of their own. And researchers have since identified an even earlier settlement called Troy 0 beneath the traditional sequence. The oldest communities were relatively small fortified settlements whose houses stood within stone and mud brick defenses. Troy II became wealthier and more monumental, but it also produced one of archaeology's most damaging mistakes. In the 19th century, Heinrich Schliemann believed this layer belonged to the city of the Trojan War and cut a deep trench through the mound in his determination to reach it. He uncovered rich metal objects later known as Priam's treasure. Yet, Troy II existed roughly 1,000 years too early for the period usually associated with a possible historical conflict behind Homer's story. The excavation methods destroyed parts of later deposits that might have answered the questions Schliemann most wanted to solve. Subsequent archaeologists, including Wilhelm Dörpfeld and Carl Blegen, refined the sequence and shifted attention toward Troy 6 and Troy 7, which belong more closely to the late 2nd millennium BCE. Troy 6 was a substantial fortified center, while Troy 7 reused much of the earlier city before ending in destruction. Neither layer provides a simple archaeological label reading Homer's Troy, and scholars continue to debate how historical memories, regional warfare, and oral poetry may have combined over centuries. Higher in the mound, Troy VIII represents the Greek city of Ilion, and Troy 9 belongs largely to the Roman city that developed above it. Each designation therefore contains a different society, looking at the same hill from a different moment in time. Some inhabitants may have known little about the communities below them, while others deliberately honored imagined Trojan heroes whose supposed homes were already buried. Stratigraphy allows archaeologists to reverse that burial one layer at a time, using pottery, walls, ash, tools, animal remains, and changes in construction to separate centuries that the mound compressed into a few meters of earth. The 9-city system is not a perfect set of boxes, but it teaches something deeper than a simple list. A famous place is rarely one place. Troy is the accumulation of repeated human choices, and the farther you dig toward its beginning, the more the single city of legend dissolves into many real cities that lived, changed, and disappeared, without knowing which one history would choose to remember. The Minoan world was devastated by one of history's largest volcanic eruptions. The first warning may have come from beneath the feet of people who had no idea that their island was about to tear itself apart. During the 2nd millennium BCE, the volcano of Thera, now Santorini, produced one of the largest eruptions of the Holocene, blasting ash and rock high into the atmosphere before sections of the volcanic island collapsed into a vast caldera. At Akrotiri, a prosperous settlement with multi-story buildings, paved streets, storage rooms, workshops, drainage channels, and vivid wall paintings, was buried beneath layers of volcanic material. Archaeologists have found no confirmed human bodies inside the excavated part of the town, suggesting that earthquakes or earlier volcanic activity may have given at least some residents time to leave, although no one can know how many escaped or where they went. The disaster reached beyond Thera. Ash fell across parts of the Aegean, and geological evidence from northern Crete shows that a tsunami generated by the eruption reached the area around the Minoan center of Malea, carrying marine material inland and striking coastal environments on which shipping and trade depended. Ports, vessels, cultivated land, and communication routes may all have suffered, while uncertainty itself could have damaged a society whose strength came partly from movement across the sea. Yet the eruption did not instantly erase Minoan civilization. The palaces of Crete continued operating afterward, and the major destructions associated with the end of Minoan political dominance occurred generations later. This matters because catastrophe rarely writes the entire ending by itself. The eruption may have weakened economies, altered regional relationships, displaced communities, and made later crises harder to survive. But it was one force within a longer history of recovery, competition, and political change. As you imagine ash falling over a world accustomed to bright harbors and painted rooms, the most unsettling thought is not that nature destroyed everything in a single moment. It is that people may have returned after the sky cleared, rebuilt what they could, and continued living without knowing whether the disaster had truly ended or had merely begun changing their world in ways they could not yet see. The eruption of Thera may have helped create the legend of Atlantis. Atlantis becomes more mysterious when you realize that the famous Lost Island enters surviving history through the work of one philosopher writing many centuries after the civilization he supposedly described. Plato introduced Atlantis in the dialogues Timaeus and Critias, where it appears as an immensely powerful island society located beyond the Pillars of Heracles. According to the story, its rulers became morally corrupted, launched a war of conquest, and were defeated by an idealized ancient Athens before earthquakes and floods caused the island to vanish into the sea during a terrible day and night. The account was not written as a neutral geographical report. It formed part of a philosophical narrative about power, virtue, political order, and the danger of allowing wealth to overcome wisdom. Still, the real eruption of Thera has encouraged a fascinating possibility. The Bronze Age Aegean contained wealthy maritime communities, elaborate buildings, powerful trading connections, and an island settlement that was buried by an extraordinary volcanic disaster. Stories of such an event could have survived through oral tradition, changed as they moved between cultures, and eventually contributed images to a much later tale. But resemblance is not proof. Plato placed Atlantis outside the Mediterranean, described it as larger than vast known regions, and dated its conflict thousands of years earlier than the Thera eruption. No surviving Bronze Age document connects Santorini to Atlantis, and there is no reliable chain showing that a specific memory of Thera reached Plato unchanged. Even the Minoan world does not match Plato's society in every important detail. The strongest conclusion is therefore not that Atlantis was secretly Santorini, but that Plato may have drawn upon a Mediterranean world already rich in memories of ruined cities, earthquakes, floods, naval powers, and societies brought low by their own ambitions. Legends rarely preserve the past like sealed containers. They break events apart, carry certain fragments forward, and arrange them into stories that answer the fears of a later age. Thera may have contributed one of those fragments, but Atlantis belongs equally to Plato's imagination and purpose. Perhaps that is why the legend survives. It feels historical enough to search for, yet philosophical enough to remain meaningful even if no archaeologist ever finds the place it describes. The Bronze Age collapse destroyed kingdoms. Across the ancient Mediterranean, around 1200 BCE, the international world of the Eastern Mediterranean began failing so widely that messages, goods, armies, and royal authority all seemed to break down together. Before this crisis, the region was connected by an impressive diplomatic and commercial system. Mycenaean palaces in Greece, Hittite rulers in Anatolia, city-states such as Ugarit in Syria, kingdoms on Cyprus, Egyptian pharaohs, and courts farther east exchanged gifts, letters, metals, pottery, food, craftsmen, and political marriages. Bronze production itself depended on long supply chains because copper and tin often came from different regions. Such connections created prosperity, but they also created dependence. When ports were attacked, harvests weakened, roads became unsafe, or one major supplier failed, the damage could spread far beyond the original crisis. Over a relatively short period, Hattusa was abandoned. Ugarit was destroyed and never rebuilt as the same royal center. Numerous Mycenaean palaces burned, settlements on Cyprus were disrupted, and established trade patterns fractured. Egypt survived, but its inscriptions describe warfare and incoming groups during a time of serious pressure. No single explanation accounts for all of this. Evidence supports episodes of severe drought, including an exceptional multi-year dry period near the end of the Hittite Empire, but climate did not affect every kingdom in the same way. Earthquakes, famine, internal rebellion, competition between elites, warfare, population movement, piracy, and the weakening of palace economies may have reinforced one another. The groups called the Sea Peoples were part of this turmoil, but treating them as one invading army that destroyed every civilization oversimplifies evidence that points to migrations, coalitions, displaced communities, and conflicts unfolding across different places. Nor did the entire Mediterranean become empty. People survived, villages continued, new political centers emerged, and technologies and languages moved into different settings. What collapsed most dramatically was a highly centralized system supported by palaces, archives, specialized labor, taxation, and long-distance exchange. Once enough links failed, each remaining kingdom had fewer resources with which to rescue the others or even itself. The Bronze Age collapse therefore teaches a disturbing lesson about complexity. The same network that makes a world powerful can make it fragile. A civilization may survive one drought, one rebellion, or one lost port. But when many pressures arrive together, strength can turn into dependency, and a connected world can discover that no part of it was ever standing alone. Several great civilizations fell within the same mysterious century. A single human lifetime around 1200 BCE could begin in a world of powerful palace kingdoms and end in one where many of those kingdoms no longer existed. Archaeologists once described this transformation as though a wave of destruction had crossed the eastern Mediterranean almost simultaneously. But the evidence now reveals a more uneven and unsettling chronology. The Mycenaean palace system disappeared from mainland Greece. The Hittite imperial state ceased to function in Anatolia. Ugarit was destroyed on the Syrian coast, and several important settlements on Cyprus and in the Levant were burned, abandoned, reduced, or reorganized. Yet, these endings did not all occur in the same year. And some cities traditionally placed inside the collapse survived longer than expected. Carchemish, for example, preserved Hittite royal traditions after the imperial capital was gone, while Egypt defeated major attacks and continued as a kingdom, though with declining influence. Assyria also endured, showing that the crisis was never universal. Dating the destructions is difficult because archaeologists must compare pottery styles, building phases, inscriptions, imported objects, and radiocarbon results that often provide ranges rather than exact years. A burned layer may show when a building ended, but not who burned it, or whether neighboring cities fell during the same season. The phrase "the same mysterious century" therefore compresses many local histories into one memorable image. Some royal centers were violently destroyed, others were evacuated, and still others gradually lost the administration that had organized taxation, labor, writing, and ceremony. Ordinary people did not disappear with their kings. They moved into smaller settlements, reused ruined buildings, changed burial traditions, and formed communities that no longer depended on the old palaces. What vanished was a particular political landscape in which a small number of royal courts controlled large territories and presented themselves as permanent. You may never be able to point to one night when the Bronze Age world ended, because history rarely provides such a clean boundary. Instead, you find a century in which different societies crossed their own invisible thresholds, and only from the distance of 3,000 years do those separate endings appear to happen together. The Sea Peoples appeared during one of history's greatest civilizational collapses. They arrive in Egyptian monuments as enemies with unfamiliar names, distinctive clothing, ships, weapons, families, and possessions. Yet the people behind those images remain among the least understood actors of the ancient Mediterranean. Sea Peoples was not the name of one nation or a term these groups used for themselves. It is a modern label applied to several peoples mentioned separately in Egyptian inscriptions, including the Peliset, Cheka, Shekelesh, Sherden, Denyen, and Weshesh. Some of these names had appeared before the final Bronze Age crisis, and groups such as the Sherden could serve as mercenaries in Egyptian armies, as well as fight against Egypt. The most famous scenes were carved at the mortuary temple of Rameses III at Medinet Habu, where the pharaoh presented his battles during the early 12th century BCE as overwhelming victories against enemies arriving by land and sea. The reliefs show fierce naval combat, but they also depict carts carrying women, children, and household belongings. This suggests that at least some participants may have been migrating communities searching for new places to settle, rather than an army of professional raiders united by one plan. Egyptian royal art, however, was designed to display the pharaoh restoring order, not to provide an impartial report. Its inscriptions combine real conflicts with political messaging, arranging diverse enemies into a dramatic threat defeated by the king. Archaeology adds further complexity. New pottery traditions, cooking practices, architecture, and food habits appeared in parts of the southern Levant after the crisis. But these changes do not identify one simple homeland or prove that every newcomer arrived violently. Some may have come from the Aegean, Cyprus, coastal Anatolia, or several interconnected regions, while others may already have lived within the Eastern Mediterranean as sailors, soldiers, traders, or displaced workers. Modern scholarship therefore treats the Sea Peoples less as a single force that destroyed civilization, and more as a visible expression of population movement during a period when older political boundaries were failing. Their mystery survives because the records describe them almost entirely through the eyes of those who feared or fought them. You see their ships and helmets, but rarely hear their own voices. And that absence asks you to question how many barbarians in history were truly unified enemies, and how many were frightened families given one threatening name by the states whose borders they crossed. Ancient Ugarit sent desperate messages. Shortly before it was destroyed, the final danger facing Ugarit was recorded not by a later historian, but by people writing while enemy ships were already appearing near their coast. Located at modern Ras Shamra in Syria, Ugarit had been one of the Eastern Mediterranean's most internationally connected port cities, maintaining diplomatic, commercial, and political relationships with the Hittite Empire, Egypt, Cyprus, inland Syria, and merchants from across the sea. Its scribes wrote in several languages and scripts, including Akkadian, the diplomatic language of the age, and an alphabetic cuneiform system used for Ugaritic. Thousands of clay tablets discovered in the royal palace and private houses preserve contracts, court cases, religious poems, shipping records, property transfers, and letters exchanged between rulers. Among the texts from the city's last period are messages describing an emergency that the palace could no longer control. In one famous letter, the last king, Amurapi, informed the ruler of Al-Ashia, associated with Cyprus, that enemy ships had arrived and cities had been burned. He explained that Ugarit's troops and chariots were away supporting Hittite interests, while its own ships were operating near the land of Lucca, leaving the kingdom dangerously exposed. The detail is devastating because it reveals that Ugarit was not simply unaware of the threat. Its leaders recognized the danger but lacked the forces needed to answer it. Other late correspondence refers to hostile ships, damaged fields, shortages, and demands for military assistance, creating the impression of a government receiving fragments of bad news from several directions. Scholars must still be cautious. The The tablets cannot provide a complete day-by-day account, and not every emergency letter can be proven to belong to the final hours before the city fell. Yet they come from Ugarit's closing decades, before a violent destruction around the beginning of the 12th century BCE ended the royal city and left it unreconstructed. The fires that consumed parts of Ugarit helped preserve the administrative world of the people who failed to save it, leaving their practical worries sealed among collapsed walls. As you imagine a scribe pressing urgent signs into wet clay, the distance between the ancient past and the present briefly disappears. He was not recording the fall of a civilization for future audiences. He was preparing a message that he hoped would bring help. The answer, if it came at all, came too late, and the letter survived longer than the kingdom that sent it. The Mycenaean palaces burned and their writing system was forgotten. The fires that ended the Mycenaean palaces also performed an extraordinary act of preservation, baking fragile clay records that were never intended to survive. Linear B was the earliest known written form of Greek, but it was not commonly used for poetry, personal letters, or public storytelling. It belonged mainly to palace administration, where trained scribes recorded grain, livestock, land, textiles, metal, weapons, workers, religious offerings, and goods moving through tightly controlled economies. The tablets were normally written on damp clay and kept only as temporary accounts, perhaps until the information was transferred or no longer needed. Without the destruction of archive rooms at centers such as Pylos and Thebes, many would probably have softened, broken apart, and vanished. Around 1200 BCE, severe damage struck numerous Mycenaean palace centers, disrupting the rulers, officials, workshops, storehouses, and redistribution systems that had supported specialist scribes. The precise causes remain uncertain, and the destruction did not erase every community, but the institution that required Linear B no longer existed. Because knowledge of the script appears to have been concentrated among a small administrative class, it was not maintained widely after the palaces lost power. Spoken Greek continued, stories and traditions continued, and people still farmed, traded, worshipped, and formed new settlements. Yet writing disappeared from Greece for several centuries. When literacy returned through a different alphabet, Linear B was no longer understood. Its symbols remained silent until the 20th century, when Michael Ventris demonstrated that they represented an early form of Greek. The tablets then revealed a strange truth about the end of the palace world. Its rulers left no carefully written farewell, only inventories interrupted by catastrophe. You can read how much bronze was assigned to a workshop or how many animals were owed to a sanctuary, but not what a scribe felt when smoke entered the archive. The bureaucracy preserved quantities while losing individual voices, and the flames preserved the bureaucracy while destroying the society that could read it. In that reversal, writing becomes more than a tool of memory. It becomes a reminder that knowledge survives only when a community continues teaching someone how to understand the marks. The ancient city of Akrotiri was buried beneath volcanic ash. Akrotiri was hidden so completely that even the name its inhabitants used for their city has been lost. The word belongs to the modern village nearby, while the prehistoric settlement began returning to view through systematic excavations led by Spiridon Marinatos in 1967. What emerged was not merely a collection of preserved buildings, but a visual record of how an Aegean community imagined itself and the wider world. Volcanic materials sealed painted walls and left impressions where wood and other organic objects later disappeared, allowing specialists in some cases to reconstruct the shapes of furniture and household equipment from empty spaces in the hardened deposits. The wall paintings are especially revealing. Young boxers face one another with closely cropped hair. Fishermen carry strings of their catch. Women gather saffron. Swallows move through a rocky spring landscape, and a long procession of ships travels between richly depicted coastal settlements. Other scenes include monkeys and antelopes, creatures not native to Santorini, suggesting that artists possessed knowledge of distant animals through travel, imported objects, exchanged stories, or artistic traditions circulating across the Eastern Mediterranean. Materials recovered from the site confirm contact with Crete, mainland Greece, the Dodecanese, Cyprus, Egypt, and the Eastern Mediterranean coast. This was therefore not an isolated island town staring inward, but a port whose inhabitants participated in networks carrying raw materials, styles, beliefs, and information across the sea. The paintings cannot be treated as photographs, and scholars still debate whether particular scenes show real ceremonies, imagined landscapes, seasonal festivals, or symbolic stories. That uncertainty is part of their value, because they reveal not only what people possessed, but what they considered worthy of placing on their walls. Much of the settlement remains unexcavated, so every interpretation is based on only a surviving portion of a larger community. Akrotiri does not speak through royal chronicles or lists of conquests. It speaks through color, movement, clothing, plants, animals, vessels, and rooms shaped for activities whose full meanings have disappeared. The ash concealed the city's name, yet it protected fragments of its attention, preserving what its people chose to look at long after no one remembered what they called home. A Roman resort city slowly sank into the sea. Baiae did not disappear beneath the water during one dramatic night. The ground quietly lowered beneath generations who may have noticed the shoreline changing but could not stop it. Located on the Bay of Naples within the volcanic region of the Campi Flegrei, Baiae became one of the Roman elite's most prestigious places of escape. Natural hot springs supported elaborate bathing complexes, while wealthy senators, generals, and emperors built villas along a coast associated with leisure, political conversation, feasting, affairs, and displays of status. Julius Caesar, Cicero, Pompey, Mark Antony, and members of the imperial family were all connected in ancient tradition or surviving evidence with properties and visits in the area. Roman writers sometimes portrayed Baiae as a place where discipline weakened and luxury took control, but its reputation for excess can hide the sophisticated engineering and dense development required to serve such powerful visitors. The same volcanic environment that supplied its thermal waters also made the land unstable. Baiae lies within a region affected by bradycism, a slow rising or lowering of the ground caused by changes within the volcanic and hydrothermal system below. Over centuries, downward movement placed much of the ancient coastal district beneath the bay. This was not simply global sea level rise, and it was not the result of the city sliding intact into deep water. The relationship between land and sea changed gradually, submerging roads, villas, bathing areas, and waterfront structures, while leaving other parts of the settlement above the surface. The modern bay is therefore wider than the enclosed body of water Roman visitors would have recognized, and the ruins now divided between land and seabed once belonged to one continuous resort landscape. Baiae turns geology into a form of historical evidence, because the position of Roman walls records how far the ground has moved since they were constructed. It also changes the emotional shape of a lost city. There was no single final crowd running from an approaching wave, only a long retreat as buildings became harder to use, and the coast claimed places designed to proclaim wealth and control. The Roman elite came there believing nature could be mastered through architecture, private baths, artificial channels, and imperial money. In the end, the hot earth that made Baiae desirable slowly altered the level on which every monument depended, showing that even luxury built beside paradise remains subject to movements too deep for power to command. The sunken ruins of Baiae still preserve mosaics beneath the water. Beneath a few meters of clear water, entire Roman floors still lie where wealthy visitors once walked barefoot from heated rooms toward private gardens and sea-facing halls. The submerged remains of Baiae preserve villas, baths, shops, streets, marble pavements, and elaborate mosaics, whose patterns can still be followed by divers and snorkelers. At the Villa Aprotiro, rooms were arranged around a central courtyard, and one chamber retains an unusually intact mosaic floor, while nearby thermal spaces preserve further decorations, including a scene associated with wrestlers. Other submerged complexes, such as the Terme del Lacus, contain floors formed from pink, red, green and grey pieces arranged into squares, hexagons, octagons, and more complex designs. These were not simply ornaments. The cost of coloured stone, skilled labour, and carefully planned geometry announced the status of the owner before a guest heard a single name. Archaeologists can also read practical details within the ruins. Cavities beneath heated floors, water tanks, fish ponds supplied by the sea, rows of shops facing an ancient road, and rooms positioned to capture light from courtyards and wide windows. Yet preserving a mosaic underwater is far more difficult than merely leaving it untouched. Sand can protect a floor by covering it, but currents can expose and erode it. Algae, mollusks, and other marine organisms settle on ancient surfaces, while anchors, careless visitors, and changing seabed conditions can cause further damage. Conservators must document, clean, stabilize, and sometimes cover vulnerable sections again, choosing between making the ruins visible and keeping them safe. The sea has therefore transformed these Roman interiors into both archaeological sites and living marine habitats. When you look down at a mosaic through moving water, the image no longer appears fixed as it would in a museum. Sunlight bends across the stones, plants drift over geometric borders, and fish pass through rooms built for people who assumed their wealth would keep them remembered. The pattern survived, but the social world that understood every symbol did not, leaving beauty beneath the waves as evidence that luxury can outlive its owners, while quietly losing the meaning they once paid so much to display. Parts of ancient Alexandria lie beneath the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean beside, Alexandria is filled not with one neatly preserved sunken city, but with thousands of scattered pieces from a coastline repeatedly broken, rebuilt, and pushed beneath the water. Near the eastern harbour and the modern Fort Kite, underwater investigations have documented enormous granite blocks, columns, capitals, sphinxes, statues, obelisks, shipwrecks, and the remains of ancient harbour installations. Some stones weigh more than 40 tons, and many appear to have belonged to monumental buildings around the island of Pharos, where the famous lighthouse once guided ships toward one of antiquity's busiest ports. The seabed does not present the lighthouse standing upright like a drowned tower. Its architectural elements are scattered across a broad area, mixed with monuments from different periods, including objects created long before Alexandria itself and later reused by Ptolemaic rulers. This reuse was common in ancient Egypt, where older royal statues and carved stones could be transported from earlier sacred sites and placed within new political landscapes. Underwater surveys have also identified Greek and Roman wrecks, breakwaters, quays, and other structures that reveal how the harbour functioned as a controlled space rather than an open stretch of coast. Ships carrying grain, papyrus, glass, wine, stone, spices, and travellers entered a city whose prosperity depended on the ability to organise movement between the Nile Valley and the wider Mediterranean. Reconstructing this harbour requires more than retrieving impressive statues. Archaeologists map the exact position of each object, study how blocks fell, compare them with ancient descriptions, and examine the seabed for former shorelines and construction lines. A colossal stone without its location is a treasure. The same stone recorded within a pattern can become evidence of a building. Much of ancient Alexandria is also buried beneath the modern city, making the underwater zone one of the few places where parts of its monumental geography can still be examined without removing modern neighbourhoods. As you imagine the harbour at its height, crowded with sails and unfamiliar languages, the ruins below begin to feel less like debris and more like the broken machinery of connection. Alexandria became powerful because the sea opened it to the world, and many of its greatest remains survive today because that same sea eventually closed over them. Cleopatra's royal quarter may rest beneath Alexandria's harbour. Somewhere below the boats crossing Alexandria's eastern harbour lies part of the ceremonial landscape from which Cleopatra VII ruled the final independent kingdom of ancient Egypt. The royal quarter occupied sections of the Portus Magnus, including the island of Antirrhodos and nearby peninsulas, where Ptolemaic rulers constructed palaces, temples, gardens, quays, and protected royal harbours. Ancient accounts place Cleopatra and Mark Antony within this waterfront world, but centuries of physical change erased its visible outline until underwater surveys began mapping the seabed in detail during the 1990s. Archaeologists found architectural foundations, columns, statues, ceramics, coins, jewelry, harbour structures, and remains connected with temples on Antirrhodos, allowing them to reconstruct portions of a district once known mainly through written descriptions. The discoveries are significant, but they must be described carefully. Researchers have identified parts of Alexandria's royal and sacred quarter. They have not found a preserved bedroom labelled as Cleopatra's, nor have they located her tomb. Individual structures are often assigned possible functions by comparing their plans, objects, position, and ancient texts, and those interpretations can change as new evidence appears. Even so, the topography tells a powerful story. The royal residence was not separated from the harbour by accident. From this location, the court could watch diplomatic ships arrive, control access to protected waters, stage religious ceremonies, and present the monarchy to visitors before they entered the city itself. Cleopatra inherited this carefully designed environment when Rome was tightening its power around Egypt. Here she received political allies, managed royal ceremony, and attempted to preserve her dynasty during a struggle that eventually ended with the defeat of Antony and Cleopatra in 30 BCE. The submerged quarter, therefore, should not be imagined only as a setting for romance or tragedy. It was an operating center of government, where religion, spectacle, naval power, diplomacy, and personal rule were deliberately placed beside one another. Below the modern harbour, palace stones now rest among sand and marine life, stripped of banners, guards, and royal voices. Their silence asks you to separate Cleopatra, the historical ruler, from Cleopatra the legend, because archaeology rarely returns the dramatic scenes people desire. Instead, it returns foundations, objects, and carefully measured spaces, giving you something less theatrical but more truthful. The physical stage on which one of the ancient world's most consequential political lives was actually lived. Earthquakes have lowered entire coastal cities beneath the waves. A city can drown even when the ocean itself has not risen, because sometimes the land beneath it is what suddenly falls. During a major earthquake, especially where one tectonic plate is being forced beneath another, enormous sections of the crust can shift vertically within minutes. Some coastal areas are lifted, while others subside and become permanently lower than the tides that once stopped at their edges. The 1964 Great Alaska Earthquake revealed this process on an extraordinary scale. Parts of the southern Alaskan coast sank by as much as 8 feet, while other areas rose by several times that amount, changing shorelines across thousands of miles. Places that had stood safely above high tide began flooding regularly. Waterfront facilities became unusable, and communities such as Portage were eventually abandoned, while parts of Girdwood were relocated. A second danger occurs in loose, water-saturated ground. Powerful shaking can raise the pressure between grains of sand until the soil temporarily loses much of its strength, allowing roads, buildings, and harbour walls to settle, tilt, or move sideways. This process, called liquefaction, does not mean the ground literally turns into water, but for a short time it can stop behaving like dependable solid earth. Coastal districts are especially vulnerable because ports are often built on river deposits, reclaimed land, mud, and sand close to the water table. Underwater landslides may add another layer of destruction by generating local waves that strike a coast already lowered or fractured by the quake. Popular stories sometimes describe entire cities sliding intact into the sea. Yet the reality is usually more complex. Different blocks sink by different amounts. Foundations fail, shorelines move inland, and surviving structures are gradually claimed by later tides. The frightening lesson is not that the ocean suddenly becomes hungry, but that the boundary between land and water depends on an underground balance you cannot see. Streets may feel permanent because they remain still throughout your lifetime, yet a few minutes of tectonic movement can redraw the map beneath every home, proving that a coastal city is never built beside the sea alone. It is built upon the restless machinery of the planet. Port Royal was once called the wickedest city on Earth before it sank. The most famous nickname attached to Port Royal hides almost as much history as it reveals. After England seized Jamaica from Spain in 1655, the settlement expanded rapidly at the entrance to Kingston Harbour, where a protected deep-water anchorage and 6 defensive forts made it one of the most strategically valuable ports in the Caribbean. English authorities initially welcomed privateers, sailors legally authorized during wartime to attack enemy ships and settlements. Because their raids weakened Spanish power and brought captured goods into Jamaican markets. Buccaneers spent money in Port Royal, merchants sold imported cargo, craftsmen repaired vessels, taverns served crowded streets, and warehouses received products moving through a commercial network that reached Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas. This mixture of sudden wealth, gambling, drinking, prostitution, violence, and maritime raiding gave the town its enduring reputation as the wickedest city on Earth and the Sodom of the New World. Yet those phrases were moral judgments, not complete descriptions of the people who lived there. Port Royal was also home to traders, shopkeepers, soldiers, servants, craftspeople, religious communities, sailors, women running households and businesses, and enslaved Africans whose labor helped sustain the colonial economy. Its prosperity was inseparable from imperial warfare, the trafficking of enslaved people, and the unequal movement of wealth through the Atlantic world. Archaeology has recovered evidence of houses, markets, a tavern, warehouses, religious buildings, administrative spaces, imported ceramics, tools, personal objects, and preserved streets, revealing an organized colonial town rather than a chaotic camp populated only by pirates. Even piracy itself must be understood carefully, because the same raider could be celebrated as a patriotic privateer when serving the English crown and condemned as a criminal when political alliances changed. Port Royal's notorious image survived because disaster later made its pleasures appear like the opening scene of a moral punishment story. But history becomes distorted when catastrophe is used to judge its victims. The town was neither an innocent paradise nor a supernatural center of evil. It was a wealthy, violent, cosmopolitan port built within the machinery of empire, where opportunity for some depended upon exploitation and danger for others. Its real story asks a harder question than the legend. When a society calls itself prosperous, whose labor produced that prosperity, and who was required to pay its hidden cost? A Jamaican earthquake swallowed streets, buildings, and people into the ground. A few minutes before noon on June 7, 1692, the streets of Port Royal began moving in a way no human-built structure was designed to survive. The earthquake struck beneath a town constructed largely on a narrow coastal spit, composed of loose, water-saturated sand. As the shaking continued, pressure rose in the water trapped between the grains, reducing the soil's ability to support weight. Foundations dropped, walls split, and sections of ground flowed or spread toward the harbour. To witnesses, the earth appeared to open and swallow buildings and people. But the main physical process was liquefaction. Solid-looking ground temporarily behaving like an unstable mass beneath everything resting upon it. Heavy brick buildings were particularly vulnerable, while streets could crack, sink, or shift sideways as the supporting sediment moved. A large portion of the town became submerged beneath water and sand, and Fort Charles itself sank several feet while other fortifications disappeared or were ruined. Waves in the harbour added to the destruction, wrecking vessels and carrying water across the surviving land. More than 2,000 people were reported killed. Thousands more were seriously injured, and many survivors were left without secure shelter, clean water, medicine, or access to the crowded urban services on which they had depended. Later generations often described the disaster as divine punishment for Port Royal's reputation, but that explanation concealed the physical conditions that made the town so vulnerable. The shaking affected Jamaica more widely, yet Port Royal suffered with exceptional severity because valuable buildings had been concentrated upon unstable coastal sediment. Its destruction therefore teaches you the difference between a natural event and a human disaster. An earthquake releases energy without choosing its victims, but the scale of loss is shaped by where people build, what materials they use, how poverty and power distribute risk, and whether danger is understood before the ground begins to move. Port Royal was not swallowed because the city was sinful. It sank because a wealthy society trusted a fragile foundation, and for a few devastating minutes, the land beneath its certainty could no longer carry the weight placed upon it. The medieval town of Dunwich was gradually consumed by the North Sea. Dunwich was not swallowed during one legendary night. It was dismantled by the sea, one storm, one street, and one abandoned building at a time. Standing on the Suffolk coast of eastern England, the medieval town developed into an important international port with churches, religious houses, markets, defensive earthworks, merchant buildings, and a harbour connected to trade across the North Sea. At its height, its inhabited area was comparable in scale to the medieval city of London, yet the ground beneath this prosperity consisted of a vulnerable coastline repeatedly exposed to waves, flooding, and erosion. A destructive storm in 1286 removed part of the settlement and altered the mouth of the Dunwich River, beginning a long sequence of coastal crises. Later storms damaged more buildings and deposited sediment inside the harbour, making it increasingly difficult for ships to enter. This was crucial because Dunwich did not depend only on the survival of its houses. It depended on remaining useful as a port. As the harbour became less accessible, trade weakened, income declined, and the resources available to protect or rebuild the town became smaller. Residents attempted to defend their community, but the coastline continued retreating during the following centuries. Churches were abandoned as cliffs approached. Bones were moved from threatened burial grounds, and families gradually relocated rather than waiting for their homes to fall. Today, much of medieval Dunwich lies in ruins between roughly 3 and 10 meters beneath the sea, where poor visibility once made investigation extremely difficult. Researchers have used historical charts, seabed surveys, magnetometers, divers, and acoustic imaging that works through sound rather than light to identify streets, town boundaries, religious buildings, and previously unknown structures. Their work has confirmed that recognizable parts of the town still survive beneath shifting sediment, including remains associated with several churches and friaries. Dunwich therefore offers a different kind of lost world story from cities destroyed by sudden earthquakes. Its decline was slow enough for people to understand what was happening, yet too powerful for them to reverse. Each generation inherited less land, a weaker harbour, and fewer reasons to remain. When you imagine Dunwich vanishing, do not picture a complete town sinking intact into deep water. Picture a community watching the edge approach year after year until leaving no longer felt like surrender but simple survival. Its history reveals that a city may disappear physically only after it has already begun disappearing economically, socially, and emotionally from the lives of the people who once believed it would endure. An ancient Greek settlement lies beneath the waters of Pavlopetri. Only a few meters beneath the clear water of southern Laconia, the outlines of Pavlopetri allow you to move through an ancient settlement without needing to imagine where its streets once ran. Located between the Paunta coast and the island of Elafonisos, the submerged site preserves foundations of houses, courtyards, passageways, burial structures, and streets arranged into a recognizable town plan. This is what makes Pavlopetri exceptional. It is not merely a collection of objects carried away from land or a few isolated walls left near an ancient shore. The buildings remain connected to one another, allowing archaeologists to study how people organize space and how different areas of the community may have functioned. Early surveys recorded at least 15 building complexes, some containing numerous rooms, along with chamber tombs, smaller graves, and a larger cemetery cut into the nearby rock. Later research mapped tens of thousands of square meters and revealed additional structures, including a substantial rectangular hall and a street lined by buildings. Pottery, storage vessels, loom weights, stone tools, and other finds indicate that the settlement participated in production and maritime exchange, rather than existing as a remote group of fishermen's huts. Large pottery containers connected with Crete suggest contact across the Aegean, while the quantity of loom weights points toward textile work as an important activity. The settlement's position near a narrow maritime passage may have allowed its inhabitants to observe, serve, or benefit from ships moving through southern Greek waters. Modern researchers have recorded Pavlopetri with underwater surveying equipment, fixed sonar, robotic instruments, and digital reconstruction techniques capable of placing individual walls into precise three-dimensional models. These methods matter because excavating underwater can disturb the very relationships archaeologists are trying to understand. Mapping a room, doorway, street, and neighboring courtyard together can reveal more about community life than lifting one attractive artifact from the seabed. As you follow the drowned streets in your mind, Pavlopetri does not feel like a mythical city designed around kings and monuments. It feels unexpectedly familiar. Houses beside other houses, roads shaped by repeated movement, storage areas filled for future use, and graves kept near the living. The water has removed the voices and upper walls, but it has preserved the town's basic grammar, allowing you to read how ordinary people arranged their lives long before anyone imagined that the route between their homes would one day be traveled by divers. Pavlopetri may be one of the oldest known submerged cities. The most remarkable thing about Pavlopetri is not simply that it lies underwater, but that parts of its story began more than 5,000 years ago. When the site was first systematically studied, its visible ruins were associated mainly with the Mycenaean period of the Late Bronze Age. Later examination of pottery and other materials pushed the beginning of occupation much farther back, revealing human activity as early as around 3500 BCE. This means that the settlement existed through several phases of prehistoric Greek life, changing across centuries, rather than appearing as one city built and destroyed at a single moment. Archaeologists use the phrase oldest known submerged city because Pavlopetri combines great age with a preserved urban layout of buildings, streets, courtyards, and graves. The wording still requires care. Oldest known describes the current archaeological evidence, not a guarantee that no older settlement exists beneath another sea waiting to be found. It also depends on how researchers define a city, a town, or a village, categories that become difficult to apply to societies that did not organize themselves like later classical cities. The earliest objects demonstrate occupation in the 4th millennium BCE, while much of the visible architecture and strongest evidence of organized town life belongs to later Bronze Age phases. Pavlopetri remained active into the late 2nd millennium BCE, with UNESCO describing occupation continuing until around 1100 BCE. Its eventual submergence was probably not one simple event. Long-term sea level change and tectonic instability altered the relationship between the settlement and the coast, while earthquakes may have lowered sections of land and made the site increasingly vulnerable to flooding. More research is needed to reconstruct exactly when different parts became unusable, which is why confident stories of one sudden disaster should be avoided. The ruins also face modern dangers. Anchors can drag across walls, boats can disturb the seabed, pollution can damage the environment, and unrecorded removal of objects can erase information that no reconstruction can replace. Pavlopetri's age therefore creates a responsibility as much as a record. You are looking at a community that survived in the ground for longer than most written languages have existed, yet it can still be damaged within seconds by someone who sees only loose stones beneath shallow water. Its title as the oldest known submerged city may change when new discoveries are made, but its deeper importance will remain. It proves that entire chapters of early urban life can survive beyond the shoreline, waiting beneath the sea for questions, careful enough not to destroy the answers. A temple complex was found beneath the waters of Lake Titicaca. High in the Andes, beneath water long regarded as sacred, divers encountered a stone complex that seemed to belong to a ritual landscape forgotten below Lake Titicaca. During the Atahualpa 2000 expedition, researchers announced the discovery of a large rectangular structure interpreted as a pre-Columbian temple. Together with a terrace, an ancient road, a long retaining wall, stone anchors, pottery and animal remains, the structure was estimated to be roughly 200 meters long, but that dramatic measurement should not be mistaken for proof of a vast underwater city. The expedition's temple interpretation was based on the arrangement of the stones and associated objects. And later, scientific work has placed such discoveries within a much broader archaeological picture. Beginning in 2012, systematic investigations involving more than 1,000 dives identified around 20 submerged sites and recovered over 20,000 objects, dating mainly from the Tiwanaku and Inca periods. These sites included offering places, former ports, and settlements that were gradually covered as the lake changed over time. Many objects found beneath Titicaca were not accidentally lost. Ceramics, animal bones, ornaments, and ritual materials appear to have been deliberately placed in the water, showing that the lake itself was treated as a sacred destination rather than merely a route between communities. This matters because the monument below the surface may have belonged to a cultural landscape extending from temples and settlements on shore to ceremonial spaces within the lake. The people who approached it may have traveled by reed boat, carrying offerings toward locations associated with ancestry, political authority, and the origins of the world. Archaeologists must therefore study not only walls but also sediments, object placement, ancient shorelines, and the relationship between each submerged feature. Lake Titicaca has not revealed one simple lost city waiting intact in the depths. It has revealed layers of human devotion spread across water and land. As you picture an offering descending through the cold blue water, you begin to understand that disappearance was not always failure. Some things were placed beyond ordinary reach deliberately, entrusted to a lake whose depths were believed to connect human life with powers greater than any city built along its shore. Flooded villages still stand beneath artificial lakes around the world. Calm Reservoir may appear completely natural until falling water reveals a road leading straight into its empty basin. During the 20th century, governments built enormous dams to generate electricity, control floods, irrigate farmland, and supply expanding cities. But the valleys chosen for these projects were rarely uninhabited. Villages, orchards, cemeteries, bridges, mills, farms, and gathering places were often cleared or abandoned before the water rose. Buildings were sometimes demolished, yet foundations, stone walls, paved streets, wells, terraces, and field boundaries frequently remained beneath the new lake. Spain offers one of the largest documented examples. Around 500 villages were submerged during the country's major reservoir building era, and roughly 50,000 residents were displaced. In places such as Linares del Arroyo, families were relocated while houses, graves, and centuries of local history disappeared beneath water created in the name of national development. Elsewhere, communities such as Vilarinho da Furna in Portugal and Acheredo on the Spanish-Portuguese border have periodically returned to view when drought or reservoir management lowers the surface. What emerges is rarely a perfectly preserved town. Roofs collapse, timber decays, currents move loose objects, and repeated wetting and drying weaken masonry. Yet the surviving ground plan can remain painfully recognizable. A staircase still climbs toward a missing doorway. A fountain continues to release water into an empty street. Walls divide rooms whose owners may still remember where the table once stood. These places reveal that artificial lakes create a special kind of lost world because their disappearance was planned in advance. Residents often knew the date their valley would be flooded, watched roads being cut, moved their possessions, and understood that returning home would soon require a boat. Compensation and new housing could replace property on paper, but they could not reproduce inherited fields, neighborhood relationships, family graves, or the familiar geography through which memory was organized. When a drought exposes these villages, tourists may see haunting ruins, while former residents see locations still attached to names, voices, and unfinished grief. The reservoir provides water or power to people far away, but beneath its useful surface remains the question every large project tries to simplify. How do you measure progress when one community receives the benefit and another must surrender the ground on which its entire past was built? Church towers sometimes rise from reservoirs built over abandoned towns. Sometimes the last visible trace of a drowned town is the part that was originally built to reach above everything else. Bell towers were designed to be seen across fields and rooftops, so when a valley becomes a reservoir, their height may leave them standing above the water after houses, streets, and even the church beneath them have disappeared. The most famous example rises from Lake Rassia in northern Italy. In 1950, the creation of a hydroelectric reservoir flooded Old Curon and parts of nearby settlements, but the 14th century Romanesque bell tower remained, projecting from the lake as a solitary marker of the former village. Its bells had been removed before the flooding, although a local legend claims they can still be heard during winter. The truth is quieter. The tower stands because its masonry and height allowed it to survive where the surrounding buildings did not. In Mexico, the 16th century temple of Santiago at Cochula presents a different pattern. The church had already been abandoned after epidemics in the 18th century, long before construction of the Nezahualcoyotl Reservoir flooded the area in 1966. During severe droughts, falling water has exposed so much of the structure that visitors have been able to approach or even walk inside parts of it. These reappearances are controlled by rainfall, water demand, evaporation, and dam operations, which means the tower or church can vanish and return repeatedly. That cycle can make the building appear almost supernatural, but it is also physically destructive. Water dissolves mortar, supports biological growth, moves sediment, and places pressure on weakened walls, while exposure to dry air and sunlight creates a second form of stress. What looks permanent from a distance may be slowly deteriorating each time the reservoir rises and falls. Church towers hold unusual emotional power because they once regulated community time. Their bells announced worship, funerals, celebrations, danger, and the passing hours. After the town is gone, the tower continues marking place rather than time, showing exactly where a social world once gathered. You may see only a beautiful structure reflected in still water, yet its meaning lies beneath the surface. It is not proof that a church was mysteriously built inside a lake. It is a vertical fragment of an older landscape, tall enough to remain visible after human decisions placed an entirely new horizon around it. China's Lion City remains preserved beneath a modern lake. At the bottom of a lake created within living memory, a Chinese city still stands behind gates that no ordinary traveler can enter. Xicheng, whose name means Lion City, lies beneath Qiandao Lake in Zhejiang province, close to the former Five Lion Mountain from which it took its name. It was not destroyed by an ancient disaster or lost by people who had forgotten where it stood. In 1959, the valley was deliberately flooded during construction of the Xinan River hydroelectric project, and Xicheng disappeared beneath the reservoir along with many surrounding communities. Before that moment, it had served as the administrative center of Suian County and occupied a location with a history stretching back well over 1,000 years. What makes the site extraordinary is the condition in which parts of it remain, Beneath the fresh water, stone gates, walls, memorial archways, houses, bridges, and carved architectural details have avoided the wind, rain, sunlight, vegetation, rebuilding, and modern construction that damage ruins on land. Divers have photographed decorative lions, dragons, phoenixes, inscriptions, wooden beams, stairways, and roof structures still recognizable in the dim water. Yet the popular description of a city frozen in time should be treated carefully. Water can protect architecture by creating a stable environment, but it can also weaken materials, encourage biological growth, move sediment, and make detailed conservation extremely difficult. Xicheng survives not because the lake stopped time, but because flooding replaced one set of destructive forces with another that has so far been less severe for much of its architecture. When you picture the city below the reservoir, you are not looking at a mysterious civilization that vanished without explanation. You are looking at a place sacrificed to a modern vision of electricity and development, preserved beneath the very project that ended life within its streets. That contradiction gives Lion City its unusual power. Progress removed it from the map, while the water created by progress allowed parts of its older world to remain. Old roads and houses still exist beneath the waters covering Xicheng. Follow the submerged roads of Xicheng and the ruins begin to reveal not merely where buildings stood, but how an imperial Chinese city taught its inhabitants to move through daily life. Historical records and underwater surveys describe a walled settlement entered through 5 gates, an unusual arrangement compared with the 4 principal gates found in many traditionally planned Chinese cities. Several main stone streets connected these entrances with residential areas, public buildings, temples, bridges, and ceremonial archways. Houses stood close to lanes that once carried officials, traders, laborers, relatives, animals, and processions through the county seat. The most visible surviving architecture largely reflects the Ming and Qing periods, when older urban spaces were repaired, expanded, or rebuilt according to the needs of later generations. Stone memorial arches marked achievements, family honor, moral reputation, or official recognition, turning sections of the street into public statements about the values society expected people to remember. Carvings of animals, flowers, figures, and traditional symbols were not random decoration. They communicated wishes for protection, prosperity, authority, long life, or good fortune to people capable of reading their visual language. Underwater, these designs appear haunting because the audience for whom they were created has gone, while the messages remain fixed to silent entrances. Houses and roads also reveal less dramatic forms of history. Doorways show how private rooms opened toward public streets. Bridges record where waterways interrupted movement, and worn paving preserves the routes repeated by countless feet. Archaeologists and heritage specialists must document these relationships carefully, because removing one carved stone without recording its original position would separate the object from the urban story that gives it meaning. Xicheng is therefore more than an assortment of beautiful underwater ruins. Its streets preserve the structure of obligation, status, commerce, family, and memory that organized the town before the reservoir existed. As you imagine passing through a gate and choosing one of its drowned roads, you may realize that a city survives most clearly not through its grandest building, but through the connections between places. The route from a home to a market, from a bridge to a temple, and from one ordinary day to the next. The jungle concealed vast Maya cities for centuries. A Maya pyramid can disappear without moving a single stone, because a tropical forest is capable of turning monumental architecture into what appears to be an ordinary green hill. After many cities in the central Maya lowlands lost much of their population during the 9th and 10th centuries, vegetation spread across plazas, courtyards, roads, reservoirs, palaces, and temples. Seeds took root in cracks. Trees grew from accumulated soil. Roots entered weakened masonry, and annual layers of leaves softened the outlines of human construction. Lower residential platforms became especially difficult to recognize. meaning that early explorers often noticed towering temples while walking past entire neighborhoods hidden beneath the forest floor. Calakmul offers a powerful example. It developed into one of the largest and most influential Maya capitals, contains more than 6,000 known structures, and once stood at the center of a kingdom that competed with Tikal through warfare, alliances, diplomacy, and dynastic politics. After a long decline, its inhabitants dispersed or joined other settlements, and the jungle gradually enclosed its monumental center. Yet saying that such cities were completely forgotten can erase an important truth. Indigenous people sometimes continued visiting ancient ruins for ritual purposes, and local knowledge often survived even when colonial authorities and foreign scholars did not understand the scale or history of the sites. Calakmul was reported to the modern scholarly world by biologist Cyrus Lundell in 1931. But large archaeological projects began only decades later. Excavation and mapping eventually revealed that the forest contained far more than isolated pyramids. Across the wider region are roads, defensive works, quarries, reservoirs, agricultural terraces, modified ponds, residential areas, and dozens of interconnected settlements forming an ancient cultural landscape. The jungle both concealed and protected this evidence by making access difficult and limiting later construction, although roots, moisture, looting, and erosion continued causing damage. When you stand before a forest-covered mound, you are therefore looking at two histories occupying the same ground. One belongs to the city, built by human planning. The other belongs to the forest that slowly absorbed its shape. Archaeology begins when you learn to recognize that the landscape appearing natural may still contain the organized labor, political ambition, and daily lives of thousands of people just beneath its surface. Laser mapping revealed thousands of hidden structures beneath tropical forests. The forest had hidden an entire human landscape so effectively that archaeologists were walking beside houses, reservoirs, terraces, and fortifications without realizing they were there. Airborne LiDAR changed that by sending enormous numbers of laser pulses toward the ground from an aircraft and measuring how quickly the reflected light returned. Most pulses struck leaves and branches, but a small proportion passed through openings in the canopy and reached the soil below. Computers separated the vegetation from these ground measurements, producing detailed models of surfaces that had been almost impossible to map by walking through dense tropical forest. A major survey covering more than 2,000 square kilometers of northern Guatemala revealed over 60,000 previously undocumented Maya features, including residential platforms, defensive walls, agricultural modifications, canals, reservoirs, and monumental buildings. The discovery did not mean that lasers had photographed intact cities through the trees. LiDAR shows variations in elevation, so archaeologists must still visit suspected structures, examine pottery, excavate selected locations, and determine whether a mound was created by people or by natural processes. This ground verification also helps establish when different features were built, because a digital map alone cannot reveal whether every structure was occupied during the same century. What LiDAR transformed was the scale of the question. Earlier surveys concentrated on temples and ceremonial centers because these were easiest to locate, creating the impression that small elite capitals stood within sparsely populated wilderness. The new maps revealed dense settlement extending far beyond the monumental cores, together with evidence that inhabitants reshaped slopes, wetlands, and water systems to support daily life. You are no longer looking at isolated stone monuments surrounded by untouched jungle, but at regions repeatedly altered by farming, construction, defense, and resource management. The most important discovery was therefore not one hidden pyramid. It was the realization that the empty spaces between known ruins were often not empty at all. Technology removed the forest only from the digital image, yet in doing so it also removed an older assumption, allowing thousands of ordinary homes to return to a history once dominated by the buildings of kings. The Maya built enormous networks of roads through dense jungle. Long before paved highways crossed the region, Maya engineers raised bright stone roads above uneven ground and extended them between homes, ceremonial centers, water sources, and distant cities. These routes are known as sakbiob, a term often translated as white roads, because many were surfaced with pale limestone material that would have appeared especially striking beneath sunlight or moonlight. Builders cleared a route, created retaining walls along its sides, filled the space between them with stone and rubble, and added a smoother upper surface. Some roads were short internal passages connecting plazas, temples, elite residences, or separate districts within one settlement. Others crossed wetlands and difficult terrain, reducing the obstacles faced by travelers during seasons when ordinary paths became muddy or flooded. The longest famous example, Sakbe 1, connected Koba with Yaksuna across roughly 100 kilometers of the Yucatan Peninsula. Recent research shows that it was not simply a straight line drawn between two capitals. Its course interacted with smaller settlements and local landscapes, suggesting that the road helped extend Koba's influence westward while incorporating communities along the route. People carried goods on foot because the ancient Maya had no draft animals or wheeled transport suitable for moving heavy loads across the region. So even a well-built causeway did not function like a modern road filled with fast traffic. Its value came from making movement more predictable and from turning connection into something visible. A ruler who ordered a raised road across difficult country was demonstrating control over labor, land, and the communities through which it passed. Roads could guide ceremonies, strengthen political alliances, support trade, move messengers, and direct visitors toward carefully planned entrances. In the pre-classic Mirador-Calakmul region, researchers have documented hundreds of settlements within a wider landscape connected by extensive causeways, indicating forms of social and economic organization operating across great distances. Yet not every visible line served the same purpose, and roads built in different centuries should not be treated as one unified transportation system. Some strengthened a city internally, while others announced power across an entire region. As you follow one of these pale routes through the ancient landscape, you are not merely tracing how people traveled. You are tracing how authority moved, how distant communities were drawn into shared systems, and how a civilization turned the difficult ground between settlements into a political statement made from stone. Some ancient Maya cities supported populations larger than modern towns. Maya City could contain tens of thousands of people without resembling the crowded stone center you might expect from Rome or another ancient capital. Many Maya urban areas followed a low-density pattern in which monumental plazas, palaces, temples, reservoirs, gardens, agricultural spaces, workshops, and residential compounds spread across broad landscapes, rather than being compressed behind one continuous wall. At large centers, elite buildings formed only a small part of the occupied area. Families lived in household groups distributed around the center and across surrounding zones, often maintaining orchards, cultivated plots, and access to managed water nearby. Researchers estimate population by counting probable residential structures, determining which buildings belong to the relevant period, estimating how many were occupied simultaneously, and applying carefully chosen assumptions about the number of people in an average household. Each of these steps contains uncertainty. A low mound may represent a dwelling, a kitchen, a storage structure, or a building used only during certain seasons. Some houses may have existed centuries apart, and later erosion may have removed others completely. Population figures are therefore informed estimates rather than exact censuses. Even with these cautions, the scale was considerable. Scholarly comparisons suggest that many major classic Maya cities may have held tens of thousands of residents, while Caracol in present-day Belize has been estimated at around 100,000 people across an urban landscape covering roughly 200 square kilometers. Calakmul may have supported around 50,000 inhabitants, and several other capitals reached population levels greater than those of many modern towns. At Trentium Tising, regional analysis using reprocessed settlement data, estimated that between 9.5 million and 16 million people may have inhabited the central Maya lowlands during the late Classic period, although this broad figure depends on demographic models and should not be imagined as one continuous megacity. Supporting such populations required more than building temples. Communities constructed reservoirs, modified wetlands, intensified agriculture, managed forests, and organized the movement of food and labor between households and civic centers. Their cities were woven into productive landscapes rather than separated from them. This is why the forested ruins can appear deceptively small today. The architecture of power rises above the trees, while the far wider architecture of ordinary life survives as low platforms spread across kilometers. Once you learn to recognize those quieter remains, the ancient city expands around you, and the question changes from how a few rulers built such enormous monuments to how countless families sustained the living world that made those monuments possible. Drought may have helped empty several Maya urban centers. The most dangerous drought is not always the one that lasts longest, but the one that returns before a society has recovered from the last failed season. Across parts of the Maya lowlands, rainfall normally arrived during a limited wet season, and the success of maize and other crops depended heavily on its timing. Much of the northern and central lowland landscape is formed from porous limestone, so rain can disappear rapidly underground instead of remaining in dependable rivers and lakes. Maya communities answered this challenge with reservoirs, modified wetlands, household storage, and carefully managed agricultural land. Yet even sophisticated systems had limits when several poor rainy seasons arrived close together. A recent study of an annually layered stalagmite from northwestern Yucatan reconstructed wet season rainfall between 871 and 1021 CE with unusual precision. It identified 8 droughts lasting at least 3 years, including one that continued for 13 years. Averages can hide this kind of danger. A year may not appear catastrophically dry overall, yet if rain fails during the months when crops need it most, harvests can still collapse. Repeated shortages would have reduced stored food, weakened trade, raised pressure on farmers, and made large populations more difficult to support. Rulers who claimed sacred influence over rain and agricultural order may also have lost credibility when ceremonies could not bring relief. But drought did not empty every Maya center, and it did not erase Maya civilization. Some cities declined sharply, others adapted, and political activity shifted toward regions with different water sources and economic opportunities. Local soil, access to groundwater, leadership, conflict, and the design of water systems all shaped the outcome. You should therefore imagine the abandonment not as a single march out of the forest, but as a long series of decisions made under an increasingly unreliable sky. One household leaves after another failed crop. A craft worker follows customers elsewhere. A noble family loses the labor that once maintained its estate. Eventually, plazas built for thousands stand too large for those who remain. The drought did not command people to leave, but it narrowed their choices until remaining may have become more dangerous than walking away. And in those gradually emptied centers, you can see how climate becomes history, not by acting alone, but by pressing upon every weakness a society has postponed confronting. Angkor was once one of the largest urban landscapes on Earth. Angkor was never merely a collection of magnificent temples rising from empty jungle. The temples were the stone peaks of an inhabited landscape extending far beyond what the eye could easily recognize. By around the 13th century, the capital region of the Khmer Empire had developed into one of the world's most extensive pre-industrial urban complexes, spreading across roughly 1,000 square kilometers. It did not resemble a modern city filled with continuous blocks of tall buildings. Angkor followed a low-density form in which monumental centers, royal compounds, neighborhood temples, roads, ponds, embankments, fields, and household groups were distributed through a broad, partly green environment. Most ordinary homes were built from wood, bamboo, thatch, and other materials that decayed, while religious and state structures were more often constructed from brick, laterite, and sandstone. This difference shaped what survived. Visitors saw Angkor Wat, the walls of Angkor Thom, and the carved faces of the Bayon, while the far larger residential world around them became almost invisible. Archaeological mapping and airborne laser scanning eventually exposed the subtle traces left in the ground. Raised house mounds, small local shrines, rectilinear occupation zones, old roads, field boundaries, and alterations extending between the famous monuments. These discoveries showed that Angkor was not one isolated ceremonial center, but a connected metropolitan region built through centuries of royal expansion. Kings established new capitals, temples attracted workers and religious communities, and roads tied central institutions to settlements throughout the empire. The landscape allowed political power to be displayed on a breathtaking scale, yet it also depended on the daily labor of farmers, builders, transporters, artisans, officials, and families whose names were rarely carved into stone. Population estimates remain uncertain because not every mound was occupied at the same time, and organic houses have largely vanished, so the physical extent of Angkor should not be confused with a perfectly measured census. Its size is still undeniable. You could have traveled through the region for hours while remaining inside a landscape shaped by urban life, even when trees, gardens, and rice fields surrounded you. Angkor asks you to reconsider what a city must look like. Density is not the only sign of complexity, and stone towers are not the whole civilization. The larger city lived in the spaces between the monuments, where ordinary routines connected sacred architecture to food, labor, family, and authority. What appears today as scattered ruins was once a continuous human world, and its greatest structure may have been not any single temple, but the vast pattern that allowed thousands of separate places to function as one capital. Angkor's water system was both the source of its power and its vulnerability. Every rainy season brought Angkor an overwhelming abundance of water, and every dry season threatened to take that abundance away. The Khmer capital grew within a monsoon climate, where months of heavy rainfall were followed by a long period of relative dryness, so water had to be redirected, stored, released, and prevented from becoming destructive. Over centuries, engineers constructed an enormous network of canals, channels, embankments, moats, spillways, ponds, and reservoirs known as barays. The West Baray alone stretches for several kilometers, but structures of this scale formed only part of a wider system woven through the urban landscape. Waterworks may have supported domestic supply, flood control, transport, ritual display, and some agricultural activity, although scholars continue to debate how directly the largest reservoirs irrigated rice fields. Their political meaning was equally important. A ruler who could organize water across an immense capital appeared capable of transforming the seasonal forces of nature into order. Yet the network was not designed at one moment from a single perfect plan. New channels were added to older ones as the city expanded, creating a system with different construction phases, altered slopes, intersections, and sections carrying unequal amounts of flow. Research into Angkor's infrastructure suggests that this growing complexity made it efficient under familiar conditions, but increasingly vulnerable to extremes. During the 14th and 15th centuries, tree ring and other climate records indicate prolonged droughts interrupted by unusually intense monsoon years. In dry periods, reservoirs and channels could fail to provide enough dependable water for a dispersed population. When violent rains returned, large volumes rushed through parts of the network, eroding channels, damaging embankments, depositing sediment, and placing stress on structures already weakened by years of reduced maintenance. Computer models show how failure in a few important connections could redirect pressure elsewhere, producing damage that spread through the system rather than remaining local. Angkor did not suddenly collapse because one canal broke, and its population did not vanish in a single season. Archaeological evidence points toward a long transformation in which land use declined, royal priorities shifted, and political power moved south toward regions better connected to maritime trade. The hydraulic network was one part of that transition, not the entire explanation. Still, its history carries a quiet warning. The system made a vast city possible by managing uncertainty, but each expansion also increased the number of places where failure could begin. As you imagine water moving through those ancient channels, you can feel both sides of human ingenuity. We build networks to protect ourselves from nature's unpredictability, then slowly become dependent on those networks functioning exactly as expected. Angkor's strength was not separate from its vulnerability. They were created together, flowing through the same canals. The forest hid roads, canals, and neighborhoods surrounding Angkor. A road can disappear beneath a forest without being broken, simply because roots, fallen leaves, and centuries of sediments slowly teach the ground to resemble nature again. Around Angkor's celebrated temples, the jungle concealed a far more detailed human landscape than early maps could show. Beneath the canopy were low embankments that once carried movement, shallow depressions marking abandoned canals, occupation mounds where wooden homes had stood, and small ponds dug beside residential compounds. Because most houses were built from perishable materials, their walls and roofs vanished, leaving only subtle differences in elevation that were difficult to distinguish while walking through dense vegetation. Modern surveys revealed that much of the urban core followed a carefully ordered pattern. Around important temple enclosures, straight features aligned with the main directions divided the land into blocks containing house mounds and ponds, suggesting neighborhoods arranged through deliberate planning rather than uncontrolled growth. These were not empty ceremonial grounds visited only during royal festivals. Families lived beside the monuments, prepared food, raised children, repaired tools, maintained local shrines, and moved through routes connecting their homes with markets, fields, religious spaces, and administrative centers. Some discoveries remain difficult to explain. South of Angkor Wat, researchers identified unusual coil-shaped embankments arranged in repeated rectangular forms, yet their original function is still uncertain. They may have related to gardens, specialized cultivation, ritual activity, or another purpose that has left too little evidence for certainty. This is where honest archaeology becomes more compelling than invention. A shape can be mapped precisely while its meaning remains open. Ground surveys and excavation are still necessary, because a raised line may be a road, a wall, a canal bank, or a feature from a later period. As you mentally remove the forest, Angkor changes from a collection of isolated stone towers into a place filled with intersections, boundaries, household spaces, and repeated journeys. The trees did not hide only architecture, they hid the ordinary relationships that allowed a capital to exist. A temple tells you where rulers directed attention, but a neighborhood tells you where people woke each morning. Once those quieter traces return to the map, the civilization no longer appears to have lived only in monuments. It begins to breathe again in the spaces between them. Ancient Amazonia contained large settlements, once thought impossible. The old map of Amazonian history left its interior almost blank, as though dense forest and seasonal flooding had prevented large, organized communities from ever taking root there. Archaeology in the Bolivian Amazon has overturned that assumption by revealing the settlement system of the Casarabe culture, which flourished between about 500 and 1400 CE in the Llanos de Mojos. This region is a shifting mosaic of forest and savanna, where heavy rains can flood broad areas for part of the year, followed by a dry season when water becomes less dependable. Instead of surrendering to those conditions, Casarabe communities reshaped them. At major centers such as Cotoca and Landiva, people raised enormous earthen platforms above the surrounding terrain and constructed civic and ceremonial buildings, including stepped platforms and tall pyramidal mounds. Polygonal enclosures surrounded important areas, while straight causeways extended outward towards smaller settlements. Canals and reservoirs altered the movement of water, connecting places that were not isolated villages but parts of a settlement hierarchy ranging from large primary centers to smaller local sites. The amount of earth moved at the largest complexes required sustained cooperation, leadership, planning, and the ability to feed workers who were not producing food while they built. Recent evidence has begun to clarify how that population may have been supported. Researchers found extensive drainage channels designed to remove water from flooded savannas and artificial ponds, capable of retaining it during dry months. Microscopic plant remains recovered from these managed areas point to intensive maize cultivation, suggesting that some Kasarabe communities depended more heavily on organized grain production than archaeologists once expected in Amazonia. Their settlements were not replicas of Rome, Egypt, or the Maya world, and calling them cities does not mean they contained dense streets of stone buildings. They represented a different form of urban life, with monumental centers, cultivated land, water infrastructure, and dispersed residences integrated across a broad tropical landscape. You are therefore not discovering that the Amazon secretly contained one forgotten empire ruling the entire forest. You are discovering that human complexity can take forms that older definitions fail to recognize. When scholars searched only for stone walls, crowded centers, and written archives, much of this world remained invisible. The earthworks of the Kasarabe show that a civilization does not need to conquer its environment or resemble another continent's past to become large, organized, and ambitious. Sometimes the evidence of a city is not a skyline, but a landscape patiently rebuilt by human hands. Geometric earthworks reveal lost societies beneath the Amazon forest. A perfect circle cut into the earth is difficult to dismiss as an accident, and across the western Amazon, circles, squares, rectangles, and long straight roads have forced archaeologists to reconsider who once shaped the forest. In the Brazilian state of Acre, hundreds of large earthworks known as geoglyphs have been identified, many becoming visible only after modern clearing exposed patterns that vegetation had concealed. Their builders excavated deep ditches and piled the removed soil into raised embankments, creating enclosures whose geometry could remain recognizable long after the communities responsible had changed or disappeared. Some sites contain a single circle or square, while others combine several shapes or connect them through broad, straight roads. These structures did not require mysterious technology, assistance from outsiders, or knowledge beyond human ability. They required surveying, shared ideas, organized labor, and enough social agreement for groups to spend considerable effort creating spaces larger than any household needed. Their exact purpose remains debated. Some contain too little domestic material to have been densely occupied villages, and many archaeologists interpret at least part of them as public or ceremonial gathering places, where dispersed communities may have met for rituals, feasts, political decisions, exchange, or the renewal of social ties. Other earthworks elsewhere in southern Amazonia were associated with fortified settlements, showing that similar techniques could serve different needs in different regions and periods. The geometric sites should therefore not be assigned to one uniform lost civilization. Amazonia contained many societies, languages, and local traditions, and repeated shapes may reflect shared practices without proving centralized rule. Their number may also be far greater than the known record suggests. A large-scale study using limited laser-mapped samples identified previously undetected earthworks and used environmental patterns to estimate that more than 10,000 pre-Columbian structures could remain, hidden across the wider basin. That figure is a model, not a confirmed count, but it shows how little of the forest floor has been examined systematically. The geoglyphs also challenge the image of the Amazon as a landscape untouched until recent centuries. Ancient inhabitants cleared selected areas, built roads, gathered at monumental spaces, and influenced vegetation around their settlements, while leaving vast regions under forest cover. As you look at one of these shapes from above, its precision may tempt you to imagine a single dramatic explanation. The more thoughtful lesson is quieter. Geometry gave communities a way to place memory into the land, and the returning forest later protected that memory by hiding it. What appears wild and timeless may still contain boundaries drawn by people whose names are gone, but whose decisions remain visible in the shape of the earth. The Amazon rainforest contains soil created by ancient human communities. The darkest patches of soil in the Amazon are not simply a gift of nature. Many are the surviving result of people changing the ground beneath their homes and gardens over generations. Much of the region's natural soil loses nutrients quickly because heavy rain carries useful minerals downward or washes them away, making long-term cultivation difficult without careful management. Yet scattered across the basin are areas of unusually dark, fertile earth, known as Amazonian dark earth or terra preta. These soils often contain high levels of stable carbon, phosphorus, calcium, broken pottery, burn material, animal and fish remains, and traces of the organic waste produced by settled communities. Some patches probably accumulated gradually around houses, cooking areas, refuse deposits, and frequently used spaces, while others appear to have been deliberately improved for cultivation. A major study comparing ancient sites with present-day Kwikuro villages in the Upper Singu found similar patterns of soil enrichment and documented indigenous practices in which ash, charcoal, food remains, and organic material were placed in chosen locations to make the earth more productive. This evidence supports the conclusion that at least some ancient communities intentionally created fertile soil rather than merely discovering naturally rich ground. The charcoal was especially important because it breaks down slowly, helps hold nutrients, and allows the effects of human activity to remain visible centuries after the settlement itself has disappeared. But terra preta should not be reduced to a simple recipe that worked identically everywhere. Different communities used different materials, lived on different landscapes, and may have produced dark earth both intentionally and as the long-term result of ordinary daily life. Its presence therefore records more than agriculture. It can indicate where people cooked, discarded food, made pottery, planted crops, and returned to the same place long enough for their habits to transform the soil. When you hold a handful of this earth, you are not holding untouched rainforest ground. You are touching an ancient relationship between waste and renewal, in which the remains of one day's life became the fertility of another season. The people who created it left no written farming manual, yet their knowledge still survives inside the soil, quietly challenging the idea that the Amazon was occupied only by small groups who passed through without leaving lasting change. Large parts of the Amazon may once have been carefully managed landscapes. A forest can appear completely wild while still carrying the preferences of people who lived there hundreds of years ago. Ancient Amazonian communities did not need to cut down every tree or replace the forest with open fields in order to transform it. They could favor useful palms and fruit trees, protect productive individuals, remove unwanted plants, transplant seedlings, encourage certain species near settlements, and repeatedly return to the same groves until the composition of the forest began to reflect human choice. A basin-wide study of thousands of tree surveys found that species domesticated or strongly used by pre-Columbian peoples were far more likely to become unusually abundant than species without such histories. Brazil nut, cacao relatives, açaí, peach palm, and other useful trees often occur in high numbers near rivers and known archaeological sites, suggesting that human management helped shape patterns still visible today. This does not mean that the entire Amazon was one enormous garden, or that every stand of useful trees was planted by ancient people. Soil, rainfall, flooding, animals, and natural dispersal also influence where species grow, and researchers continue to debate how far human effects extended beyond major settlement zones. The evidence instead points toward a patchwork. Some regions were lightly visited, others were harvested seasonally, and areas near long-lived communities could contain orchards, enriched soils, paths, fisheries, cultivated clearings, and forests maintained for building materials, medicine, fibers, fuel, and food. Management could be subtle enough to preserve a dense canopy, which is why later outsiders often mistook a cultural landscape for untouched nature. After European invasion, disease, violence, slavery, and displacement caused enormous population losses, allowing vegetation to cover settlements and expand across places that had once been actively maintained. The forest returned, but it did not always return to its earlier condition. Useful species favored by generations of people could continue reproducing, leaving biological patterns long after roads and houses disappeared. This forces you to question what the word natural truly means. A landscape does not become artificial merely because people care for it, and it does not become untouched merely because their names have been forgotten. Parts of the Amazon may be understood not as wilderness opposed to civilization, but as living archives in which ecological diversity and human history grew together, root beside root, until separating one from the other became almost impossible. Vast pre-Columbian settlement network was found beneath Bolivian forest. What first appeared to be a collection of isolated earthen mounds in Bolivia was eventually revealed as a connected regional system with centers, smaller communities, roads, defenses, and carefully organized public spaces. Between about 500 and 1400 CE, the Casarabe culture flourished in the Llanos de Mojos, a landscape where forest islands rise above savannas that flood during the rainy season. Ground surveys had already identified monumental sites, but thick vegetation made it difficult to understand their full shapes or their relationship to one another. Airborne laser mapping transformed that view by recording tiny changes in the ground below the canopy. Across the surveyed areas, researchers mapped 2 major centers and 24 smaller sites, several of which had not been previously known. The settlements formed a 4-level hierarchy rather than a random spread of villages. Large centers such as Cotoca and Landiva stood on enormous constructed platforms and contained stepped ceremonial areas, rectangular mounds, U-shaped buildings, and conical pyramids rising as high as a modern multi-story building. Concentric banks enclosed important zones, while remarkably straight raised causeways extended outward for kilometers, connecting major centers with smaller settlements. These routes would have remained usable when seasonal water made the surrounding ground difficult to cross, but they also expressed political order by directing movement towards central places. Canals and reservoirs were integrated into the network, showing that the communities managed both transportation and water within a landscape that alternated between excess and scarcity. The known Casarabe region covers roughly 4,500 square kilometers, and earlier surveys had already documented hundreds of monumental and smaller sites together with extensive canals and causeways. In the most closely studied areas, settlements were so densely distributed that several could often be reached within a few hours on foot. This does not prove that every location was occupied at exactly the same time, or that the region formed one empire with fixed borders. It demonstrates something more carefully supported. Communities were arranged within an integrated political and ceremonial landscape whose scale required long-term planning, organized labor, and cooperation between different levels of settlement. Beneath the forest was not one secret capital waiting to be discovered, but a network in which power and daily life moved along constructed lines. Once those connections became visible, the mounds stopped looking like separate ruins. They became points within a larger design, revealing that the true monument was not any single pyramid, but the human system that linked an entire region together. Ancient people built monumental platforms across the Amazon basin. Before stone walls could rise, entire communities in the Amazon learned to build upward with earth, creating artificial ground large enough to hold homes, gathering spaces, and public buildings above the difficult landscape below. One of the most striking examples lies in Ecuador's Upano Valley, where ancient societies constructed more than 6,000 rectangular earthen platforms arranged within at least 15 settlement centers. Many platforms supported wooden buildings whose walls and roofs have vanished, but their raised foundations remain as evidence of carefully planned neighborhoods and ceremonial spaces. The oldest parts of this landscape date to around 500 BCE, making the Upano settlements far earlier than several other monumental traditions now known from tropical South America. Builders cut, carried, and packed immense quantities of soil without metal machinery or draft animals, forming flat surfaces with consistent shapes and orientations. Some platforms stood beside open plazas, while others were grouped into larger compounds that may have housed related families, leaders, specialists, or communal activities. Around them, inhabitants created drained fields, agricultural terraces, and channels that helped control the heavy rainfall of the upper Amazon. Raising buildings above damp ground protected them from mud, runoff, and seasonal water, but the scale and regularity of the platforms show that they served more than a practical purpose. Constructed heights separated particular spaces from the surrounding land, made important buildings visible, and turned human labor into a lasting expression of order. Similar traditions of mound and platform construction appeared in other Amazonian regions, although they belonged to different societies and should not be treated as the work of one enormous empire. Some platforms supported residences, others carried ceremonial structures, and some elevated communities above flood-prone plains. What united them was the decision to reshape the earth itself rather than accept the surface exactly as nature provided it. The wooden architecture has disappeared, which can make these places look less impressive than stone ruins. Yet the surviving foundations reveal an achievement on a different scale. Every platform represents countless baskets of soil lifted, transported, compressed, and repaired by human hands. When you see only a low mound beneath the forest, you may be looking at the base of a building where generations slept, celebrated, argued, and planned their future. The monument was not simply placed upon the landscape. The landscape was remade into the monument. The legendary city of Zee may have reflected real forgotten settlements. Percy Fawcett walked into the Brazilian interior searching for one magnificent city, but the truth hidden in the forest may have been larger, quieter, and far less like the ruins he expected to find. The British explorer believed that the Amazon had once supported an advanced civilization, an idea influenced by indigenous accounts, early colonial reports, archaeological objects, and a mysterious 18th century document known as Manuscript 512, which described stone ruins somewhere in Brazil. Fawcett named his imagined destination simply Zee. In 1925, he entered the Mato Grosso region with his son Jack and Jack's friend Raleigh Rimmel, then disappeared after sending his final messages from the edge of the Upper Xingu. No reliable evidence has ever shown that Fawcett discovered Zee, and the city as he described it, with monumental stone architecture and a single hidden center, has never been located. Yet modern archaeology has demonstrated that his broader belief in a heavily populated ancient Amazon was not as impossible as many of his contemporaries assumed. Research conducted with the knowledge and participation of Kwikuro communities in the Upper Xingu has revealed clusters of large pre-Columbian settlements connected through a carefully organized regional landscape. Sites associated with Kuhikugu contained broad central plazas, defensive ditches, palisades, residential zones, bridges, roads, managed forests, and productive land arranged around multiple settlement centers. These communities flourished mainly between about 1200 and 1600 CE and were not one forgotten stone metropolis. Their buildings were largely made from earth, timber, and thatch, so the forest could erase their visible architecture far more quickly than it could erase a pyramid or fortress. European diseases and colonial disruption appear to have contributed to severe population decline, leaving vegetation to cover spaces that had once supported substantial communities. The connection with Fawcett must therefore remain cautious. Kuhikugu has not been proven to be Zee, and archaeology has not validated his more extravagant theories. What it has validated is the possibility beneath the legend. The Amazon contained organized, interconnected societies whose scale was underestimated, because outsiders expected civilization to leave the same monuments everywhere. Fawcett searched for a city that matched an imported image of greatness, while the real settlements expressed complexity through plazas, earthworks, cultivated forests, and relationships between communities. Perhaps Z was never one location waiting to be found. Perhaps it was the distorted shadow of many real worlds that explorers failed to recognize because they were searching for stone where history had been written in earth and living trees. Petra was hidden from much of the outside world for centuries. Petra was never truly lost to everyone. It was lost mainly to the distant societies that had forgotten how to reach it and what its ruins represented. Hidden among the sandstone mountains of southern Jordan, the city is approached through the Siq, a narrow winding gorge whose cliffs can rise dramatically on either side, concealing the interior until the rock-cut facade of Al-Khazna suddenly appears ahead. From around the 4th century BCE, Petra became the center of the Nabatean kingdom, a power that grew wealthy by controlling caravan routes carrying incense, spices, textiles, metals, and other valuable goods between Arabia, the Mediterranean, Egypt, and the Near East. Its inhabitants carved monumental tombs into cliffs, built temples and freestanding structures, and engineered channels, dams, cisterns, and reservoirs capable of collecting sudden desert rainfall while protecting the city from destructive floods. Rome annexed the Nabatean kingdom in 106 CE, but Petra continued to function under Roman and later Byzantine rule. Its importance gradually declined as trade routes changed, maritime commerce expanded, earthquakes caused damage, and political centers shifted elsewhere. By the medieval period, the city no longer possessed its earlier population or international influence, and knowledge of it faded across much of Europe. Local Bedouin communities, however, continued to know, use, and inhabit the landscape, which is why the popular phrase rediscovery of Petra can be misleading. In 1812, Swiss traveler Johann Ludwig Burckhardt reached the ruins while traveling under the name Ibrahim ibn Abdallah. He persuaded a local guide to lead him through the area by saying that he wished to make a sacrifice near the traditional tomb of Aaron. Burckhardt's written description helped return Petra to European scholarly attention, but he did not discover an uninhabited place unknown to humanity. He entered a landscape that local people had never forgotten. Even in modern times, members of the Bdul Bedouin community lived within Petra before many were relocated to Sayhun as tourism and heritage management expanded. The city's long concealment therefore reveals how easily one culture's continuing knowledge can be erased from another culture's story. Petra seemed lost only when history was told from far away. Up close, the paths, caves, water sources, and carved facades remained part of a known homeland. As you emerge from the Siq and see the treasury appear from the stone, the true mystery is not how such a city could vanish. It is how the wider world could mistake its own absence for the disappearance of the people who had continued to remember the way inside. The Nabateans turned a desert canyon into a sophisticated water city. Petra's greatest wonder may not be the buildings carved into stone, but the invisible system that allowed thousands of people to drink, bathe, worship, and trade in a landscape where rain could vanish for months and then return as a violent flood. The Nabateans understood that the desert did not truly lack water. Its water simply arrived at the wrong time, in the wrong place, and with enough force to destroy anything standing in its path. They responded by treating the surrounding mountains as a giant collection surface. Channels cut into sandstone guided runoff away from dangerous slopes and towards cisterns where it could be stored. Dams slowed sudden torrents. Settling basins allowed mud and debris to fall out before water entered the city, and covered conduits reduced contamination and evaporation. Near the entrance to the Siq, engineers created a diversion dam and directed floodwater through a rock-cut tunnel approximately 90 meters long, protecting the narrow passage that served as Petra's main ceremonial approach. Along the canyon walls, carefully graded channels carried water toward the urban center, and sections of ceramic piping helped maintain a controlled flow. The system was not one machine built all at once. It expanded as the city grew, linking natural springs with reservoirs, tanks, public fountains, baths, gardens, workshops, religious areas, and private households. Maintenance would have been constant. Sediment had to be removed, damaged plaster repaired, channels cleared, and storage spaces kept usable after storms. This required knowledge, labor, administration, and cooperation across generations. Water engineering therefore supported more than survival. It made urban life possible, allowed rulers to display abundance, and turned flowing water into a symbol of order within an arid world. Yet the system also teaches you something easy to miss when standing before Petra's monumental facades. Great cities are not sustained by what visitors notice first. They depend on quiet networks hidden behind walls, beneath streets, and along slopes where workers repeatedly prevent ordinary life from failing. The Nabateans did not defeat the desert or make water appear from nothing. They learned its timing, redirected its violence, and preserved its brief arrivals long enough for a city to rise where nature seemed to offer no city at all. Large sections of Petra remain buried beneath sand. What you see at Petra may be only the upper surface of a city whose lower rooms, courtyards, streets, foundations, and earlier building phases still lie sealed beneath centuries of earth. The famous facades survive because they were cut directly into cliffs, but much of everyday Petra occupied the valley floor, where ordinary buildings were more vulnerable to collapse, erosion, earthquakes, human rebuilding, and the slow accumulation of sediment. When walls failed, later inhabitants sometimes leveled the debris and constructed above it, creating archaeological layers in which one period rests upon another. Flash floods carried sand and stone through low areas. Abandoned structures filled gradually, and slopes spread material over features that no longer received maintenance. This means that an apparently open piece of ground can conceal architecture whose shape is visible only through excavation, aerial photography, satellite imagery, geophysical survey, or small differences in elevation. In 2016, researchers studying satellite images, drone photographs, and ground evidence documented a previously unrecognized monumental complex south of Petra's main center. It consisted of a very large platform supporting a smaller interior platform and traces of a building, demonstrating that an important structure could remain insufficiently understood even within one of the most intensively visited archaeological landscapes in the world. Its function is still uncertain, and imagery alone cannot reveal exactly what ceremonies occurred there or who ordered its construction. That uncertainty explains why claims that nearly all of Petra is secretly buried should be treated cautiously. Archaeologists have not uncovered the entire city, but there is no reliable map showing a fixed percentage of undiscovered palaces or tombs. What can be said with confidence is that excavated areas represent selected windows into a much larger landscape, and that new structures, earlier phases, burials, domestic spaces, and written materials may still survive below the surface. Excavation, however, is not automatically the best choice. Once a structure is exposed, it must be protected from weather, tourism, erosion, and decay. Sometimes leaving it buried is the safest form of preservation, until researchers have the resources to study it responsibly. As you walk through Petra in your imagination, the sand beneath each step begins to feel less empty. It becomes a protective layer holding rooms no one has entered for centuries, reminding you that archaeology is not simply the act of revealing the past. It is also the discipline of knowing when the past is safer, remaining unseen. The desert preserved ancient caravan cities along forgotten trade routes. Across the Negev desert, ruined towns still mark a commercial road that once carried fragrance, wealth, and political power across more than 2,000 kilometers of difficult country. Frankincense and myrrh harvested in southern Arabia were valued throughout the Mediterranean for temples, funerals, medicine, perfume, and elite display. But transporting them required far more than loading goods onto camels and pointing toward the horizon. Caravans needed known routes, protected stopping places, water, food, storage, taxation points, animal enclosures, and settlements capable of repairing equipment and exchanging information. Between approximately the 3rd century BCE and the Roman period, Nabatean towns such as Haluza, Mamshit, Avdat, and Shivta developed along routes leading from Petra toward the Mediterranean port of Gaza. Nearby forts watched strategic passages, while caravanserais offered places where travelers and animals could rest. These communities survived in an environment of extreme rainfall variability by building dams, rock-cut cisterns, reservoirs, channels, and agricultural terraces that captured runoff from slopes and directed it toward fields. The desert towns were therefore not temporary camps, surviving only on imported supplies. Some developed substantial farming landscapes capable of producing food within terrain that appears almost empty today. Their prosperity weakened when political control changed, trade was redirected, and maritime routes made long overland transport less attractive. Some settlements continued under Roman and Byzantine rule, adapting their economies and religious buildings before population eventually declined. The desert then became an unexpected guardian. Limited rainfall slowed plant growth and reduced the chemical decay that damages materials in wetter climates. Sand covered walls and floors, while relatively little later construction removed the ruins. Yet preservation was never perfect. Wind eroded stone, earthquakes weakened buildings, and looting separated objects from their context. What survives is a fossilized network rather than a line on a map. Towns, roads, forts, farms, and resting stations that only make full sense when understood together. When you picture a caravan crossing the Negev, the silence around it is misleading. Bells, footsteps, shouted instructions, unfamiliar languages, and the smell of animals once filled these routes. The cities now appear isolated because the movement that connected them has ended. Their ruins remind you that a road is not merely ground between destinations. It is a temporary world created by everyone who depends upon it. And when the traffic stops, even prosperous cities can become islands surrounded by sand. Palmyra grew wealthy where desert trade routes crossed. Palmyra became rich not because it produced every treasure that passed through its gates, but because its people learned how to make movement across the desert possible. Rising around an oasis in central Syria, the city occupied a strategic position between the Roman Mediterranean and the commercial worlds of Mesopotamia, Persia, the Persian Gulf, India, and regions farther east. Merchants moving expensive textiles, spices, perfumes, precious stones, ivory, and other goods could not simply follow one permanent road across the open steppe. They depended on guides who understood wells, seasonal grazing, tribal territories, safe stopping places, political boundaries, and the distances animals could travel before resting. Palmyrene merchants turned that difficult knowledge into influence. They organized caravans, negotiated protection, maintained partnerships in distant trading centers, and built relationships with both Roman authorities and communities beyond Rome's frontier. Wealth earned through commerce was then invested in temples, tombs, colonnaded streets, public buildings, and inscriptions honoring individuals who had financed successful expeditions. Palmyra's architecture reflected the same cultural mixture as its economy. Greco-Roman columns and urban forms stood beside local religious traditions and artistic influences connected with Arabia, Mesopotamia, and Persia, creating a city that belonged fully to no single world. Its residents commonly used Palmyrene Aramaic, while Greek served important public and administrative functions. In 137 CE, the city council displayed a long bilingual tax regulation intended to clarify charges on goods and services, revealing that prosperity required rules, record-keeping, and negotiation as much as daring journeys. The inscription also shows that merchants could dispute unfair demands and that local authorities understood commerce well enough to regulate its smallest practical details. Palmyra was therefore not merely a passive oasis where travelers happened to stop. It was an active commercial society whose citizens transformed location into expertise and expertise into monumental power. Yet its success depended on routes that could change when wars, borders, political alliances and trading patterns shifted. You may look at its stone columns and imagine that the city's greatness was built from limestone, but the true foundation was less visible. Agreements between strangers, knowledge carried in memory, and confidence that goods sent into the desert would eventually return as wealth. Once that movement weakened, the monuments remained, but the living network that had given them meaning began to fade. The lost city of Ubar may be connected to a real desert settlement. The legendary city of Ubar may never be found for a simple reason. The name may not have originally described one magnificent city at all. Stories repeated across Arabia and later popularized by explorers imagined a wealthy settlement hidden somewhere near the empty quarter, enriched by the frankincense trade and eventually destroyed or swallowed by the desert. During the late 20th century, researchers examined satellite images showing old tracks converging near Shisar in Oman's Dhofar region, close to a permanent water source on routes leading between the frankincense-producing lands and the Arabian interior. Excavations there revealed a fortified settlement with towers, wells, imported objects, and evidence that travelers had used the oasis across different periods. The discovery was quickly announced in newspapers and documentaries as the recovery of Ubar, sometimes called the Atlantis of the Sands. The archaeological evidence, however, supports a more restrained and more interesting interpretation. Shisar was a small walled oasis and caravan station, not a vast metropolis buried beneath enormous dunes. UNESCO describes it as an inland outpost important for supplying water and helping distribute frankincense through Dhofar's trading landscape. Later scholarship likewise identifies Wubar or Ubar at Shisar as a modest fortified settlement positioned where key routes met, while recognizing that the famous legend became closely attached to the site through modern heritage and tourism. Nothing excavated there proves that it was the single fabulous city imagined by later storytellers. Ancient and medieval references associated with names such as Ubar, Wabar, or Aram may have referred at different times to a region, a people, an oasis, or a cultural memory, rather than one fixed urban center. This possibility changes the search completely. Explorers expected towers, treasure, and a dramatic layer of destruction, while the historical reality may have been a network of watering stations and trading communities, whose importance came from sustaining movement through a nearly waterless landscape. Shisar could have contributed to the legend if travelers remembered its fortifications, its well, its decline, or the dangerous ground around it. But that connection remains a hypothesis rather than a proven identification. You are left with a mystery shaped as much by language as by sand. Perhaps Ubar was not lost when a city vanished. Perhaps it became lost when many separate memories were compressed into one name, and later generations began searching for a single ruin grand enough to contain them all. Satellite images helped archaeologists find ancient routes beneath the sand. An ancient road can disappear beneath your feet while remaining visible from hundreds of kilometers above Earth. Desert routes rarely survive as paved highways with clear edges. Caravans often spread into several parallel tracks, shifted course when wells failed, and crossed ground later altered by wind, farming, vehicles, erosion, or new construction. From the surface, the traces may look like meaningless discolorations or shallow depressions. Satellite imagery allows archaeologists to step back far enough to see repeated lines, route junctions, abandoned river channels, fortified stations, and the relationship between pathways and water sources across enormous areas. Older photographs can be especially valuable. Declassified Cold War satellite images recorded Middle Eastern landscapes before recent urban growth. Intensive agriculture, dams, and mechanized development damaged or covered many archaeological features. Researchers can compare these images with modern photographs, maps, elevation data, historical descriptions, and field surveys. Different sensors reveal different clues. Ordinary photographs record shadows and surface shapes, while infrared and multispectral images can detect variations in vegetation, moisture, soil composition, or heat caused by buried walls and compacted ground. Radar can sometimes emphasize roughness and subtle terrain features, but satellites do not magically look through unlimited depths of sand. They reveal patterns that must be interpreted and tested. A straight line may be an ancient road, a geological formation, a modern vehicle track, or a drainage feature. Archaeologists therefore visit selected locations, examine pottery and construction remains, record coordinates, and determine whether the suspected route belongs to the period being studied. A project investigating the region between Palmyra and the Euphrates used satellite images, geographic mapping, historical sources, and ground survey to trace ancient tracks across the Syrian desert. Fieldwork confirmed many proposed alignments and also identified settlements, military installations, and water harvesting structures, showing that areas appearing empty had been organized and actively used during antiquity. The roads became meaningful only when connected with wells, forts, farms, and stopping places. In this way, remote sensing does more than help researchers find individual ruins. It restores relationships across a landscape, showing how one place depended upon another. When you look at a desert from the ground, the horizon separates each discovery into an isolated point. Seen from orbit, those points begin to join, and a forgotten geography of movement slowly returns. The sand did not erase the routes completely. It reduced them to faint signals, waiting for humanity to rise high enough above the landscape to recognize the direction in which they once led. The Taklamakan Desert buried entire Buddhist kingdoms. The ruins emerging from the Taklamakan Desert do not belong to one city destroyed by a sudden wall of sand, but to a chain of oasis societies whose survival depended on water reaching them from distant mountains. Along the northern and southern edges of the desert, kingdoms such as Khotan and Kucha became important centers of trade, translation, scholarship, and Buddhist worship. Monks, merchants, diplomats, artists, and pilgrims moved through these settlements while traveling between China, India, Iran, and Central Asia, carrying scriptures and artistic ideas alongside silk, jade, medicines, and other goods. One remarkable site, Dandan Wilik, stood beyond the eastern edge of the Khotan oasis and flourished from approximately the 4th to the 9th century. Archaeologists found homes, shrines, murals, stucco figures, painted wooden panels, and documents written on paper and wooden tablets. Some texts recorded legal affairs, proving that this was not merely a remote monastery occupied only by monks, but part of a working society with property, agreements, and administration. The desert later surrounded and covered much of the settlement, preserving fragile materials that rain and vegetation might have destroyed elsewhere. Yet sand alone did not end these communities. Oasis life depended on rivers fed by snow and glaciers in the Kunlun and Tian Shan mountains. When water channels shifted, irrigation weakened, political control changed, or commercial traffic moved toward other routes, a settlement could lose the systems that kept it alive. Houses were abandoned, temples received fewer visitors, and cultivated ground returned gradually to desert. The phrase buried Buddhist kingdoms is therefore dramatic but only partly literal. Entire political regions did not vanish beneath one storm. Separate towns, monasteries, and agricultural communities declined at different times, leaving their buildings to be enclosed by moving dunes. What the Taklamakan preserved was a world of cultural exchange in which Buddhism adapted to local languages and absorbed artistic influences arriving from several directions. As you imagine a painted shrine standing where only sand is visible today, you begin to understand that deserts do not preserve emptiness. They preserve the remains of places that once succeeded in holding emptiness back, until the rivers, roads, and human attention that protected them slowly moved elsewhere. Mummies found in the Tarim Basin revealed a forgotten crossroads of cultures. The faces preserved in the Tarim Basin once encouraged a seductive but misleading story that strangers from the distant West had entered an empty Asian desert and founded its first communities. The mummies survived because the basin's dry, salty environment slowed decay, preserving hair, clothing, wooden coffins, food, and other organic materials that normally disappear. At cemeteries such as Xiaohe and Gumugu, people were buried in unusual boat-shaped coffins covered with cattle hides, sometimes marked by upright wooden posts and accompanied by woven baskets. Woolen textiles, plants, livestock products, and lumps of preserved cheese. Their appearance and clothing led earlier researchers to propose that they descended directly from migrants arriving from the Eurasian steppe or regions farther west. Ancient DNA has complicated that picture. A genomic study of 13 early and Middle Bronze Age individuals from the Tarim Basin, dating mainly between about 2100 and 1700 BCE, found that the earliest sampled communities belonged to a deeply rooted and genetically isolated local population, rather than being recent descendants of the migrant groups previously proposed. Yet their culture was anything but isolated. They kept cattle, sheep, and goats, consumed dairy products, cultivated crops including wheat and millet, used wool, and practiced traditions whose ingredients had different origins across Eurasia. Proteins preserved in dental calculus confirmed that even the earliest studied individuals consumed milk from ruminant animals, despite lacking the genetic trait that allows many adults today to digest fresh milk easily. Fermenting milk into cheese or kefir-like products may have allowed them to use it more effectively. Their society therefore demonstrates that objects, crops, animals, and knowledge can travel across great distances without large populations moving in the same way. The Tarim Basin was a barrier to easy migration, but its river oases still received ideas from surrounding worlds. You should not imagine its mummies as representatives of one timeless people, or use physical appearance as a simple guide to ancestry. They belonged to communities that changed across centuries, and later inhabitants of the region had different histories. What the earliest mummies reveal is more thoughtful than the old mystery. A population can remain genetically distinctive while becoming culturally connected, borrowing what helps it survive without surrendering its identity. In the silence of their graves, these people remind you that culture is not carried only in blood. It also moves through observation, exchange, experimentation, and the quiet decision to make another society's knowledge part of your own life. Ancient cities along the Silk Road were abandoned when rivers changed course. In the Tarim Basin, a prosperous city could lose its future when a river began flowing several kilometers away from the fields and wells that depended upon it. The desert settlements commonly associated with the Silk Roads did not survive because caravans brought everything they needed from outside. They survived because rivers descending from surrounding mountains created narrow corridors of fertile ground where inhabitants could grow crops, water animals, maintain orchards, and supply passing travelers. These rivers entered a dry inland basin rather than reaching an open ocean, and their channels could migrate as floods deposited sediment, dunes obstructed older paths, water supply weakened, or communities redirected flow into canals. When the river moved, the crisis spread through every part of urban life. Irrigation channels dried, farmland lost productivity, wells became unreliable, animals had to travel farther, and caravans chose better watered stops. Buildings might still be standing, but the economic reason for remaining inside them could disappear. Lulan, near the former Lake of Lop Nur, provides one of the clearest examples. Radiocarbon research indicates that human activity there began by around 350 BCE, reached its strongest period between the 1st and 4th centuries CE, and had disappeared by approximately 600 CE. The city flourished when mountain ice and snow supplied greater quantities of meltwater to the region, while its decline coincided with a sharp reduction in that supply. Researchers have also connected the broader drying of Lop Nur and abandonment of settlements in the area with increasingly arid conditions around the middle of the first millennium. This does not mean that climate acted alone or that every Silk Road city was abandoned for the same reason. Warfare, political change, taxation, shifting borders, local water management, and the movement of trade toward competing routes could all determine whether a struggling oasis recovered or failed. Nor did a river always vanish completely. Sometimes it simply changed direction enough to favor a different settlement. The result was a geography in which importance could migrate with water. One town declined while another downstream expanded, and an ancient road remembered by merchants became useless when its wells could no longer be reached. As you picture an abandoned house filling slowly with sand, the true ending may have occurred years earlier, when the final dependable irrigation channel stopped flowing. The desert did not have to attack the city. It only had to wait while the water that had made the city possible found another path. The desert city of Nia preserved wooden documents for nearly 2,000 years. The desert preserved Nia's greatest secret, not in a palace or a tomb, but in its forgotten paperwork. Deep within the southern Taklamakan, archaeologists found hundreds of wooden tablets carrying messages written mainly in Gandhar Prakrit with the Kharosth script, a writing tradition connected to regions far to the west and south of the Tarim Basin. Many tablets belong to an ingenious document system. A message could be written on one piece of wood, covered by a second piece, bound with string, and sealed with clay so that the contents could not be read without breaking the seal. Some seals even carried images drawn from the wider classical world, revealing how distant artistic traditions traveled into this oasis society. The documents were not grand histories written to glorify rulers. They dealt with taxes, the hiring and ownership of camels, wages, grain, property, official journeys, accusations of violence, debts, legal disputes, and instructions sent between administrators. One surviving order concerns tax payment and the rental of camels. Another demands that witnesses swear an oath in a disagreement over an animal. Others discuss workers, land, household property, and decisions that might be taken before a royal court. Through these practical problems, the inhabitants of Nia become unexpectedly close. You encounter officials trying to enforce laws, farmers managing scarce resources, messengers carrying commands between settlements, and ordinary people asking authorities to resolve conflicts that mattered deeply to them. The tablets survived because Nia's extremely dry environment slowed decay after the oasis was abandoned, allowing wood, leather, silk, and even parts of buildings to endure where moisture would have destroyed them elsewhere. They were not created for people living 2,000 years later. Most were temporary tools of administration, useful only until an order was completed or a dispute settled. That accidental survival is what makes them so valuable. Royal monuments usually tell you how power wanted to be remembered. Nia's wooden documents show how power actually entered daily life. One camel, payment, complaint, and sealed instruction at a time. When you imagine a scribe pressing ink into a small wooden tablet, he is not trying to become immortal. He is solving the problem in front of him. Yet the desert kept his words long after the government, language, and people who understood them had passed from the oasis, proving that history sometimes preserves the ordinary precisely because no one believed it was important enough to last. Sand-buried homes, temples, and orchards across abandoned Silk Road towns. A dune that appears empty may be resting against the wall of a house, covering the entrance to a shrine, or passing over the dead roots of an orchard planted centuries ago. Across the deserts of the eastern Silk Roads, sand buried far more than monumental ruins. Investigations at sites such as Nia, Miran, Endere, Rawak, and Dandanwilik have documented dwellings, Buddhist temples, stupas, roads, cemeteries, craft areas, irrigation systems, cultivated fields, and gardens preserved within landscapes that now seem incapable of supporting settled life. At Nia, farmsteads once extended for many kilometers along an active river. Their inhabitants maintained orchards and vineyards, raised livestock, and built substantial houses with frames made from local poplar wood. When water no longer sustained the same inhabited landscape, the buildings were left behind. But the arid climate allowed wooden posts, beams, woven materials, and fragments of plaster to survive with remarkable clarity. At Miran, archaeologists found a fortress, monasteries, stupas, sun-dried brick buildings, carved wooden objects, and Buddhist paintings whose style reveals connections reaching toward India, Iran, and the wider classical world. The sand did not preserve these places by sealing them perfectly in one moment. Wind repeatedly covered, uncovered, and eroded them. Burial could protect a painted wall from sunlight, while the next shift in a dune might expose it to abrasion and destroy details within a few seasons. This is why a desert ruin can appear astonishingly intact and dangerously fragile at the same time. Even the orchards leave a different kind of evidence from the buildings. Dead tree rows, ancient riverbeds, irrigation channels, pollen, seeds, and cultivated soil show where people created green spaces through planned water use. These remains correct the image of Silk Road communities as isolated stations serving only passing caravans. People lived there permanently. They planted trees whose fruit they expected to harvest years later, decorated sacred buildings, raised families, produced goods, and shaped local environments with confidence in the future. The temples reveal what they worshipped, but the orchards reveal that they intended to remain. As you look across the present desert, the missing vegetation may be more difficult to imagine than the missing walls. Yet beneath the sand lies evidence that these towns were once filled with shade, running water, painted rooms, cultivated ground, and the seasonal patience of people who planted something they knew would not feed them immediately. The desert preserved their world by removing the life that maintained it, leaving you to discover that what now appears empty was once carefully arranged around water, labor, belief, and hope. The ancient city of Merv was rebuilt many times before being abandoned. Merv did not survive by rebuilding the same city forever. It survived by moving the city whenever the old one could no longer carry the future. Located within the Murghab River oasis of modern Turkmenistan, ancient Merv is an enormous archaeological landscape composed of several neighboring walled cities constructed during different eras. The earliest major urban center, Urk-Kala, was established around the 6th century BCE and later became the citadel of the larger Hellenistic city, now called Giaur-Kala. That expanded settlement continued through Parthian, Sasanian, and early Islamic rule, containing homes, workshops, religious buildings, fortifications, and institutions shaped by changing populations. Around the 8th century CE, a new city called Sultan Kala developed to the west, while parts of Giaur-Kala remained active as an industrial zone. Sultan Kala became one of the great cities of the medieval Islamic world, and later the capital of the Seljuk Empire, surrounded by massive defenses and crowned by buildings such as the Mausoleum of Sultan Sanjar. Markets, mosques, workshops, palaces, gardens, and residential districts spread across a vast area connected to routes running through Central Asia. Merv's sequence continued after the medieval city declined. Abdullah Khan Kala was constructed farther south during the 15th century, and another walled extension appeared in the 18th. This pattern was influenced partly by the Murghab River, whose channels gradually shifted across the oasis. Instead of repeatedly covering every older district with new construction, inhabitants created new urban centers beside abandoned ones, leaving earlier walls and street plans unusually undisturbed. The famous Mongol attack of 1221 devastated Sultan Kala, and although later occupation continued elsewhere in the oasis, the great medieval city never recovered its former position. Changing trade patterns, political centers, water distribution, and military power gradually favored other places. Today, Merv resembles several cities paused beside one another, each preserving a different answer to the same question of how to organize life in an oasis. Urk-Kala records imperial beginnings. Giaur-Kala holds layers of ancient religious and commercial change, and Sultan Kala preserves the scale of medieval ambition. Walking through Merv in your imagination is therefore not like descending through one mound where every generation buried the last. You move horizontally through time, crossing from one abandoned capital into another. The empty spaces between them are part of the history, marking the moments when a society decided that repairing the old center was no longer enough. Merv endured for centuries because it knew how to begin again. Yet every new beginning left another complete city behind, until the oasis became an archive of human confidence written across the desert. Some archaeological hills contain thousands of years of cities stacked together. What appears to be an ordinary hill in the distance may actually be a city built from the remains of every city that came before it. Across the Near East, Anatolia, and neighboring regions, archaeologists use the word tell for a mound formed largely through repeated human occupation. These hills were rarely planned as monuments. They grew slowly because communities returned to the same dependable places near springs, rivers, fertile fields, crossroads, or defensible ground. Many early houses were constructed from mud brick, timber, reeds, and plaster. When a wall weakened, a roof collapsed, or a fire damaged a neighborhood, residents often leveled the debris rather than removing it completely. New floors were laid over old rooms, fresh walls rose above earlier foundations, and broken pottery, animal bones, ash, food remains, and household waste accumulated between rebuilding phases. Generation after generation, the settlement surface climbed higher until thousands of years of ordinary decisions had created an artificial hill. A single excavation trench can therefore pass downward through different worlds. A medieval wall, an Iron Age street, a Bronze Age workshop, and a much earlier farming household separated by only a few meters of compressed soil. The layers are not always neat. Later inhabitants dug pits into older deposits, reused ancient walls, opened graves through forgotten floors, and carried objects upward or downward through construction. Earthquakes, erosion, burrowing animals, and early excavation methods could mix the evidence further. Archaeologists must read subtle changes in soil color, floor plaster, brick orientation, ash, pottery, seeds, and microscopic debris to determine where one occupation ended and another began. At Çatalhöyük in central Anatolia, the eastern mound preserves 18 major levels of Neolithic occupation between roughly 7400 and 6200 BCE, demonstrating how repeated rebuilding can turn domestic architecture into a deep record of changing social life. No written historian observed those entire sequences. The mound itself became the archive, preserving meals, repairs, rituals, diseases, and abandoned objects beside the architecture of successive homes. When you stand before such a hill, you are not looking at ruins arranged beneath the ground like separate shelves. You are looking at time physically accumulated through human residence. Every step upward was once someone's present, and every buried ceiling was once the highest surface of the world they knew. Monumental stone structures existed long before the first known empires, thousands of years before kings commanded armies or scribes recorded taxes. Communities without metal tools were already raising stone monuments that demanded planning far beyond the needs of a single household. Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey provides the clearest known expression of this early monumental world. Beginning around 9600 BCE, people constructed large round, oval, and later rectangular buildings containing rings of monolithic T-shaped limestone pillars. Some central pillars reached more than 5 meters in height and weighed several tons. Their surfaces were carved with foxes, snakes, boars, cranes, scorpions, and other wild animals, while arms, hands, belts, and garments carved onto certain stones suggest that the pillars themselves represented stylized human or human-like beings. These builders lived during the pre-pottery Neolithic, before the appearance of writing, states, and the first historically known empires. They had no iron chisels, wheeled vehicles, or royal bureaucracy. They quarried local limestone with stone tools, shaped it with remarkable control, transported heavy pillars, prepared building foundations, and coordinated enough labor to raise structures that no one family could have completed alone. Older descriptions often presented Göbekli Tepe as a solitary temple built entirely by wandering hunter-gatherers before settled life existed. The evidence now supports a more nuanced picture. People in the region were undergoing profound changes in settlement, food production, and social organization, and monumental T-shaped pillars are also known from other contemporary sites around Şanlıurfa. Göbekli Tepe was part of a wider cultural landscape, rather than an impossible structure appearing without precedent. Its buildings probably had strong communal and ritual importance, perhaps involving ceremonies, remembrance, feasting, or funerary practices, but archaeologists cannot recover the names of the beings depicted or confidently translate the stories carved into the stone. That uncertainty protects the site from becoming a blank surface onto which modern fantasies are projected. No lost super-civilization or outside intelligence is needed to explain the achievement. The monuments demonstrate what human cooperation could accomplish before rulers concentrated wealth into palaces and armies. They force you to reconsider the assumption that social complexity must begin with cities, agriculture, or political domination. Perhaps people first learned to organize on a monumental scale not because a king ordered them to build, but because shared stories, obligations, and beliefs gave many separate lives a reason to lift the same stone. Jericho has been destroyed and rebuilt across thousands of years. Few places expose the fragility of the word city as clearly as Jericho, where human settlement repeatedly expanded, contracted, vanished, and returned around the same life-giving spring. Ancient Jericho, known archaeologically as Tel es-Sultan, lies northwest of the modern city in the Jordan Valley. The nearby spring of Ain es-Sultan made permanent occupation possible in an environment where dependable water meant food, survival, and control of movement through the landscape. Human activity at the site reaches back more than 10,000 years, and by the 9th to 8th millennium BCE, a substantial Neolithic community had constructed houses, a ditch, a wall, and a remarkable stone tower containing an internal staircase. The purpose of these early monuments remains debated. The wall may have helped manage floods, define the settlement, defend the community, or perform several functions over time, while the tower may have carried social or ritual meaning beyond simple protection. Jericho did not then grow continuously into one uninterrupted metropolis. During the 8th to 6th millennia BCE, settlements were destroyed, abandoned, and rebuilt several times, and the site later declined before renewed urban development during the Bronze Age. Early Bronze Age inhabitants created a more formally organized town, while in the Middle Bronze Age, Jericho became a flourishing Canaanite city-state containing palaces, cemeteries, domestic districts, and powerful rampart defenses. Around 1550 BCE, this urban center was destroyed. Later communities lived in the wider oasis, but the political and residential center shifted across different periods rather than remaining permanently fixed upon the ancient mound. This long sequence is why a wall discovered at Jericho cannot be treated automatically as the wall from one famous story. Different populations built fortifications for different reasons across thousands of years, and identifying a destruction layer requires pottery, radiocarbon evidence, architecture, and careful stratigraphy rather than a desired conclusion chosen in advance. The site's importance lies beyond any single collapse. Jericho shows that resilience does not always mean preserving the same government, buildings, or identity. People returned because the spring continued flowing even when institutions failed and walls became rubble. They reused a landscape whose buried remains may already have been mysterious to them, building their own present above lives they could no longer remember. As you imagine the mound rising through repeated destruction, Jericho stops looking like the world's oldest city frozen in one ancient moment. It becomes something more truthful, a long human negotiation with water, danger, memory, and the recurring belief that a ruined place can still become home again. Climate change helped turn once thriving landscapes into abandoned worlds. A landscape does not need to become completely lifeless before the society within it begins to disappear. It only needs to stop providing the same dependable seasons people built their lives around. The Norse settlements of southern Greenland offer a powerful example. Beginning in the late 10th century, farming communities established churches, halls, barns, grazing land, and cattle and sheep farms along sheltered fjords. Their survival depended heavily on producing enough grass and hay during the short summer to keep livestock alive through the long winter. For years, colder temperatures were treated as the main environmental explanation for the settlement's disappearance during the 15th century. But sediment evidence from a lake near the eastern settlement points to another pressure. The region became increasingly dry. Reduced summer rainfall would have weakened pasture growth, lowered hay production, and forced farmers to devote more labor to feeding animals on land already close to the limits of cultivation. The settlers adapted rather than simply waiting for disaster. Evidence indicates that their diets became more dependent on marine animals over time, showing that they changed their behavior as farming became harder. Yet adaptation carried costs. Hunting required boats, equipment, time, and access to coastal resources, while the colonies also depended upon distant trade for materials such as iron and timber. Their exports, including walrus ivory, became less valuable as European markets changed, and expanding sea ice may have made voyages more difficult. Climate change was therefore not a single executioner that arrived and destroyed Greenland's farms. It altered the balance among pasture, livestock, trade, labor, and survival until a way of life that had functioned for centuries demanded more effort while offering less security. Families may have left gradually for Iceland or Europe, taking useful possessions with them and leaving no dramatic final battlefield behind. This is what makes abandoned landscapes so easy to misunderstand. Later observers see empty farms and ask what catastrophe killed everyone, when the inhabitants may have recognized the danger early enough to move. The land did not become incapable of supporting any human life, and Inuit communities continued to thrive through knowledge and practices suited to Arctic conditions. What ended was one particular relationship between people and environment. Climate change did not erase humanity from southern Greenland. It helped make the Norse version of Greenland increasingly difficult to continue. And perhaps that is the more unsettling truth. A world can disappear while the ground remains beneath it, simply because the rhythm that once made life predictable no longer returns. Rivers have shifted away from cities that once depended on them. A river can abandon a city without vanishing, continuing to flow across the same plain while carrying its water, transport, and opportunity somewhere else. This happened repeatedly in southern Mesopotamia, where the Tigris and Euphrates crossed an exceptionally flat landscape built from their own sediment. Rivers naturally deposit sand and silt along their beds and banks. Over time, the channel may rise above parts of the surrounding floodplain until a flood breaks through a weaker bank and sends the main flow into a lower route. This sudden redirection is called an avulsion, and on a flat plain, it can move a major river far enough to transform the future of every settlement connected to the old channel. Mesopotamian cities depended upon rivers and canals for drinking water, irrigation, date gardens, grain fields, clay transport, fishing, reeds, and communication between neighboring communities. If the main flow shifted, residents might attempt to preserve access by digging canals, repairing levees, redirecting smaller channels, or extending irrigation works toward the new course. Such engineering could sustain a city for generations, but it demanded organized labor and continuous maintenance. Archaeological research shows how closely ancient cities were tied to channels that are now dry or buried. Girsu stood among relic levees and a complicated network of canals, several of which later filled with sediment. Nippur was divided by the Shat en Nil, probably an ancient Euphrates channel or major canal that remained active through much of the city's long history. UNESCO notes that Nippur itself stayed on the same site even as its environmental setting changed with shifts in the Euphrates. This caution matters. A moving river did not automatically empty every city. And researchers should not blame river change for abandonment unless the chronology supports it. Political conflict, neglect, taxation, salinized farmland, and the failure of irrigation administration could be as important as natural channel movement. Yet the wider settlement pattern of Mesopotamia follows abandoned river courses so closely that old waterways can often be reconstructed by tracing where ancient towns once stood. A city beside a river was therefore never attached only to a location. It was attached to a moving system. Temples and walls might remain fixed, but the current that supplied fields and carried boats could slowly become distant. At first, people would dig farther. Then, journeys to water would lengthen, canals would become harder to clear, and merchants might choose a settlement closer to the new flow. The city could remain visible for centuries after its geographic advantage had departed. Its final ruin would begin not when the last wall collapsed, but when the river quietly found an easier path and carried the future with it. Many lost worlds were not destroyed suddenly but faded over generations. The final day of a civilization is often impossible to identify because no one living through its decline realizes which ordinary day will later be called the end. Archaeology repeatedly shows that large settlements can lose importance through a chain of small changes rather than one decisive catastrophe. A ruler moves the court to a more profitable region. Merchants begin favoring another route. Skilled workers follow new patrons. Public buildings receive fewer repairs. Families divide larger homes into smaller spaces, reuse old walls, or leave neighborhoods where wells, markets, and protection have become unreliable. None of these events alone destroys a world, yet each one reduces the number of people willing or able to maintain the systems everyone else still depends upon. Researchers studying past social transformations have found evidence that resilience can weaken before a major reorganization becomes visible. A society may recover more slowly from each disturbance, fluctuate more sharply between good and bad years, and become increasingly vulnerable to pressures that earlier generations would have survived. This does not mean every civilization follows one mathematical path toward collapse. It means that decline may begin as a loss of flexibility long before monuments are abandoned. Great Zimbabwe illustrates how such fading can be misunderstood. The city flourished between roughly the 11th and 15th centuries as an important political and commercial center, known for its dry stone architecture and connections to wider trading systems. By the late 15th century, it was falling out of use, while political and economic influence shifted toward other centers, including Kami. The people did not disappear, and regional culture did not end. Communities reorganized, leadership moved, trade relationships changed, and new political landscapes formed beyond the old capital. To someone remaining within Great Zimbabwe, the transformation may have arrived gradually. Fewer visitors at a gathering place, less construction near an elite enclosure, a household departing to join relatives elsewhere, another rainy season passing without repairs to an abandoned room. Eventually, a place designed to express authority no longer contained the institutions that made its architecture powerful. This is why the word collapse can be misleading. It makes you picture a building falling in seconds, while a society may fade more like a language spoken by fewer people in each generation. The buildings remain, customs travel elsewhere, and descendants continue living under new political names. What becomes lost is not necessarily the population, but the network that once connected homes, leaders, ceremonies, labor, and distant trade into one recognizable world. There may be no final scream, no last king watching the gates close, and no single layer of ash for archaeologists to uncover. Only a long quieting until children grow up somewhere else and the city of their grandparents becomes a place visited for memory rather than inhabited as home.